Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
We're currently on cross-examination, and so we're going to get right into it. Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yesterday we talked about delta-9 THC and whether that was a metabolite or whether that was a psychoactive agent within cannabis. Is it metabolite?
Yes, so I had a chance to review the literature. I'd misspoken. Delta-9 THC is, and yesterday I was thinking it was an active metabolite. It is certainly psychoactive, but it's not a metabolite. It's what you ingest, and the metabolites come later.
And so when we took a break yesterday, we were talking about the DSM-5. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
And the DSM-5 uses a categorical classification system for mental conditions, correct?
Correct.
And there's some debate as to whether it should use a more empirically based model, correct?
I'm not aware of that debate.
And so I want to talk to you briefly about what it is that you use as the foundations for your opinions. And so when you're trying to forensically look back and see what was going on with the person in the past point in time, what are the different sources of information that you would use?
So there isn't any one source or sources that I could list out, apart from those, of course, that are listed in my opinion, in my report. I don't know if you're referring to those or something else.
Yeah, so where do you get your facts from?
So in a situation like this where it's a criminal responsibility or insanity case, and in fact, really in any forensic evaluation, much of the facts come in the way of police reports, various forms of testimony, medical records, toxicology reports, academic transcripts, details of the evaluee or defendant's life, that sort of thing, as well as the forensic evaluation or interview where you speak with the person like face-to-face in person.
So you mentioned police reports. Police reports are important to your work?
They are.
Would you be able to form an opinion without reviewing any police reports?
In the case of a criminal responsibility opinion?
Yeah, or would you be able to, or well, we'll start with would you be able to?
Not reliably.
And so that would be a critical thing to review before forming any opinion.
Yes.
And so you talked about an interviewee. When you're forming these opinions, do you interview just the person at issue, or do you go out and find witnesses and interview them and do interviews with collateral people?
Not typically. In a case like this, that would be more the domain of the investigators.
And so your interview is limited then to the specific person in question?
Yes.
And so is it important that that person be truthful with you during their interview?
So matters of truth are typically left for the triers of fact or the jury. As an expert witness, we don't weigh in on matters of truth or honesty.
Right, but if you found out that a statement that they told you was just false, would that have an effect on your opinion?
Can you provide an example?
example, if you ask a person if they've ever talked with other clinicians about a particular subject, and they told you no, but the truth was that they had actually talked to other clinicians about that exact subject, would that be troublesome to you?
It depends.
On what?
It depends on whether the discrepancy in their self-report has any bearing or relationship to my opinion.
So, if they're being dishonest to you about questions you're asking them, doesn't that affect the reliability of what they're telling you?
So as I mentioned earlier, as a forensic evaluator, the questions of honesty or truth are left for the triers of fact, for the jury, and we're there to weigh in on specific legal questions.
So when you're speaking with someone, do you make assessments as to whether or not they're being truthful with you?
So again, I do not. The matters of truth and honesty are not really our domain. It sounds like what you might be getting to is this question of malingering that I spoke to you yesterday. I'm happy to talk about that.
No, I'm just asking about if they tell you something, do you assume that it's true? Or do you look at, hey, maybe something this person is not telling you the truth? How do you determine if they're telling the truth?
So again, it's really not our domain to tell it, in your sort of terminology, if someone is, quote, telling the truth. We're not mind readers, we're not sort of detectives in that way either. We're answering very specific legal questions that have a significant psychiatric or mental health overlap, and then at times using validated psychological screening instruments, like I mentioned to you yesterday, the MFAST, the SIRS, Q, that sort of thing, to get a sense if they might be malingering mental illness.
So you don't make assessments on issues of truth, you leave that to the trier of fact?
Correct.
And so you mentioned malingering tests. In fact, in your direct, you mentioned 3 different tests. I'd like to talk with you those briefly. You talked about the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that talks about for neurological disorders. What's the difference between a neurological disorder and a mental health disorder like schizophrenia?
So sometimes there can be considerable overlap. In general, neurological disorders are more so the domain of a neurologist, but in certain situations like dementia, or formerly what we refer to as a neurocognitive disorder, both neurology and psychiatry tend to evaluate and sometimes even treat those patients. As far as the difference between a psychiatric and a neurological disorder, that can be a large discussion unto itself, but I think the simplest way to sort of cut to the core here would be that in the example of a psychiatric disorder, there is primarily more of a mood component or a disruption in their ability to tell, as in the case of schizophrenia, what's real from what's not real. I discussed that at length yesterday, as well as many other psychiatric conditions. Neurological conditions, in contrast, tend more to do with someone's ability to process and understand the world around them. In the case of dementia, for example, there's many other neurological disorders that we could talk about, but that'll be the one I sort of reference. In addition, neurological disorders tend to, at this point in our understanding of the brain, compared to psychiatry, they tend to localize to more discrete parts of the brain, meaning that we can use various imaging modalities and that sort of thing to say that if someone has a given neurological disorder, we can kind of see where in the brain it exists. We can correlate it with certain biochemicals, that sort of thing. Whereas in psychiatric disorders, the science isn't quite there yet.
And so you have these 2 malingering tests that you talked about, the MFAST and the SIRS-2, correct?
Yes.
And those measure whether a person is exaggerating their current symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And so none of these tests measure whether someone is exaggerating past symptoms, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you're evaluating somebody who has been medicated for 1.5 years and has been stabilized, you would kind of expect for these tests to say they're not exaggerating their current symptoms, correct?
I don't necessarily come into the evaluation with a given expectation about what direction the test might go.
Right, so if a person is not claiming to currently be suffering effects of a mental illness, there would be no motive then to exaggerate symptoms of a current mental illness, right?
It's hard to know what motivates an individual to malinger or not in any given situation.
So, when you're talking about forensic psychiatry versus clinical psychiatry, you're often dealing with legal questions, correct?
Yes.
And so, the people that you're evaluating are people that are typically facing some kind of legal troubles, correct?
Well, so it depends. As I mentioned yesterday, there's sort of two main branches of forensic psychiatry. One is more on the criminal side, which is what the counselor is referring to, people facing legal charges. But there's a whole other branch that typically as a fellow you don't get a lot of experience in, at least in the courtroom, but you do sort of in the classroom, which is the civil side, and that can be like topics regarding medical malpractice. It can be psychiatric or personal injury, where someone's claiming they maybe have PTSD and they're suing for damages. So that wouldn't be criminal, but it's still forensic.
And so, what you do your work in your fellowship is people that are facing criminal charges.
So one of the neat advantages of the program at UC Davis is compared to many other forensic psychiatry training programs, we actually do get a fair amount of exposure to civil topics, but we don't necessarily get experience testifying in the courtroom on those topics.
And so, are there unique challenges to interviewing people who are facing criminal charges?
Can you rephrase?
Is there issues that you need to be concerned with when you're interviewing someone who's facing criminal charges versus someone who is not?
It depends.
So, somebody who is facing criminal charges, that in itself is a stressful event, right?
It can be.
And so, if you were facing serious criminal charges, that could be extremely stressful, correct?
I suppose it could be.
And so, just the stress of the legal troubles that are pending for this person can have some type of effect on the evaluation, correct?
It depends. Could you be a little more specific?
Well, if they're undergoing stress and stress affects their psychology or your psychiatric evaluation, that's something you have to account for as to whether or not what you're seeing is past existing condition or you're seeing something that's from a current stressful event, correct?
It sounds, so I just want to clarify, it sounds like what you're asking is if what you think could be pathology is simply them reacting to the stress of the evaluation.
I'm asking whether the stress of the evaluation has an effect on how they present to you.
It can.
And when you're dealing with somebody who's facing criminal charges, do you have any controls that you use that you would not use otherwise?
Can you define or just explain controls?
Well, sure. So somebody who's facing criminal charges will often have access to the police reports related to the charges they're facing, correct?
Correct.
Do you do anything to control for that their access to being able to read other people's statements about what happened and access to the evidence could affect their memory of what happened and affect their statements to you? How do you control for that possibility?
So it's not something that is taken into account during the evaluation. Now, again, our evaluation is more concerned with establishing, in this instance, a psychiatric diagnosis, and then to answer whatever legal questions might be posed to us by the court.
Would you agree with me that somebody who is exposed to outside information about an event can use that information to fill in their own thoughts about that event and actually start to remember what they've read as being what they actually experienced?
I couldn't agree with that beyond simply speculating that I suppose that could happen, but that's pure speculation.
So, if you suggest to someone that something is true, would they then believe, or perhaps start to believe that it is in fact true?
Well, that's getting into matters of suggestibility, again, sort of large topic and I'd want to do it justice. I don't know if I have the time or space to do that here. I would just have to say it really depends.
Well, and would having access to police reports lead to issues of suggestibility?
I'm not aware of any studies that definitively make that connection.
Are you aware of any studies that definitively rule out that connection?
No, but no, I'm not.
And in addition to police reports, people facing criminal charges can have access to things like audiovisual evidence, recordings, body cams, that sort of thing as well, correct?
I believe that they can have access to other sorts of evidence.
Do you control for that at all?
Control meaning to see if it could have an effect on their presentation.
I mean, do you do anything to rule out those effects having, that access having an effect on your evaluation?
So again, our evaluation is focused on evaluating for really first and foremost any psychiatric pathology, and to sort of reorient us and bring us back to the DSM, which is what we use to establish a psychiatric diagnosis. There's nothing in the DSM, for instance, that talks about how a police report may or may not, for instance, a police report may or may not contribute to someone's psychiatric diagnosis. That's really not in the literature. It's not evidence-based as far as I'm aware.
Can evaluations by a prior psychiatrist or by a psychologist affect future evaluations of the same person?
Again, that's not something I'm aware of where there's sort of a definitive connection there that we have to control or correct for. In fact, the way that you learn how to do evaluations is you sort of temporarily silo yourself. It is as if you are the one and only person evaluating the individual, and that's actually one way to limit biases that you may intentionally or unintentionally introduce into the examination room.
All right. And so you want to silo yourself from other people's opinions as well, correct?
Yes, when you're in the stages of forming your opinion, you want to do so sort of as objectively as possible.
And in this case, you had access to other psychiatrist evaluations, correct?
I was given access to one other expert's opinion. That was after I had written and delivered my opinion to the court.
But that was before you did your reevaluation recently, correct?
Yes, the opinion was given to me before I did the reevaluation, but after I submitted my original opinion, and yes.
And when you're interviewing somebody, what kind of controls do you put in for somebody who has prior training in psychiatry or psychology?
So I can go ahead and just sort of address this issue of controls broadly. It's coming up quite a bit. There aren't controls that we use, I think, in the way that we're discussing right now in the context of a forensic psychiatric evaluation or a clinical evaluation, as far as I'm aware. To bring it back to what we do, we do evaluate for malingering. We use psychological screening tools for that purpose. That's to help us understand if the person is responding in a way that could suggest they're malingering on that test, and whether their response style is consistent with sort of a malingering response style. But as far as this issue of controls, controlling for them seeing a police report, controlling for maybe having some sort of training in psychological or psychiatric topics, that's not part of our evaluation. And it's not, as far as I know, covered in the literature or sort of like a widely accepted evidence-based practice.
And if somebody has training in psychology or psychiatry, that could affect how they present to you. I mean, because they kind of know what you're doing, they kind of know where your questions are going or what it is you're seeking, right?
Again, in the absence of good evidence-based studies, I wouldn't be able to comment on that beyond just speculation.
I mean, is it something that you would want to know?
It's not typically something that we would specifically inquire about before the evaluation starts, but every good clinical and forensic evaluation consists of a thorough social history in which you capture information like their educational and professional background, and in taking that history, you may come to find that they do have, as you're suggesting in this scenario, a background in, say, psychology or something like that, but you wouldn't necessarily screen for that at the outset of the evaluation.
And were you aware that Mr. Dominguez was taking courses in psychology at UC Davis?
That information, if I recall correctly, did come out at some point during one of my evaluations.
And were you aware that Mr. Dominguez actually wrote a paper in November of 2022 where he discussed the DSM-5?
I don't know if that information made it to me.
And did you know that his paper specifically addressed the
Action, facts, not an evidence.
Well, I mean, I think there's a good faith basis that it's admissible, so I'll allow it.
But his paper specifically addressed a controversy between the categorical classification method in the DSM-5 and an empirically based type of classification.
I reviewed, I think, close to 100 sources, but to the best of my knowledge, that wasn't included in the sources I reviewed.
I mean, if somebody had that level of knowledge about the DSM-5 and how assessment works, would that be something that you would need to know?
So again, there are issues that we, quote unquote, need to know prior to the outset of a evaluation. Typically, information like that can be captured in the scope of a thorough assessment. In this case, clearly it was not, but again, it's not something that we would have to, quote, control for or capture at the beginning of the assessment.
And do you think that someone having training in psychology or psychiatry could affect their ability to influence the outcome of an examination?
Beyond speculation, I think really can't say anything meaningful about that. Although, can you just define training in this scenario?
If they're familiar with how the evaluation process works and what sort of things you're looking for, what criteria are at play, and things of that nature. They know what it is that you're seeking.
So, again, I would just reiterate what I mentioned before, which is that this isn't something that we typically think about at the beginning of an evaluation. It's not something that we control for, that sort of thing.
Understood. And so, when you're dealing with something like hallucination specifically, if someone is talking about a hallucination, is there any way for you to know with certainty whether or not they are actually experiencing a hallucination or not?
No, but I'll add that many diagnoses, including those outside of psychiatry, medical diagnoses, rely to some extent on self-report, and we can't always know for a fact that even in other diagnoses, like outside of psychiatry, that someone is reporting something that's actually occurring or not.
So self-report is important.
Self-report is important.
Are you familiar with the Rosenhan study?
I am.
And are you aware of any subsequent studies that have showed the Rosenhan study to be invalid?
So I'm off the top of my head, I'm not aware of specific studies, but I am aware of significant changes in the field of psychiatry that occurred in the midst of and in the years following the Rosenhan study.
Because in the Rosenhan study, what happened there?
How much detail would you like?
Just a broad overview of what the study did.
So the Rosenhan study was a study that happened or was published in 1973, but in essence occurred in the early 70s during a very pivotal moment in psychiatry that I'll return to. In essence, the Rosenhan study took several volunteers who were psychiatrically, we'll just say, normal, didn't have any pathology, and had the volunteers go to several different hospitals around the United States and told the volunteers to tell the person who evaluated them in the hospital, in the emergency department, that they were hearing voices, and there was specific words they used, like thud and a few others. All of the participants in this study used the same few words, and they all gained, if I recall correctly, they all gained admission to the hospital on the basis of the evaluator thinking they had some sort of psychiatric pathology they needed to be hospitalized for.
So, in that study, the only symptom that these participants were told to present was that they were hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
And so they were not talking about having any other symptoms other than hearing voices and describing these as things like thuds or other things that they were hearing, correct?
Empty, hollow, and thud.
Right, and so they're not, the only thing that's being feigned here is hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
And so if a person like that was subjected to something like the MFAST or the SRS-2, where they're not feigning other symptoms, they would also show that those tests would show that they were not feigning, correct?
So it depends.
On what?
So it would be hard for me to say anything meaningful or accurate about what would happen if those same people that presented in 1972 or 1973 to these hospitals, what would happen if I were to administer a test like the MFAST or the SIRS-2. I really have no way of knowing what might happen in that situation.
Well, the MFAST and the SIRS-2 are designed to detect exaggeration of symptoms that are currently being presented, correct?
That's one thing it's designed to do.
What else is it designed to do?
So there's sort of many different dimensions of potential malingering that can be picked up on by these tests. Exaggeration is one example. It can pick up rare symptom combinations, unusual symptoms, symptoms that have a unusual time course, that kind of thing. And so that's why it would be difficult to know exactly what would happen if you were to administer this test to these people. It's hard to, I can simplify it by saying it's hard to predict the outcome of an evaluation or a test as complex, especially as the SIRS-2, which is 172 questions. It's hard to know the outcome prior to giving the evaluation test.
Well, these subjects that were in the study, they were only told to say voices. They were not to exaggerate symptoms other than just tell them that I'm hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
And they were not told to describe having any unusual symptoms, correct?
As far as I know.
And they were not told to describe any rare symptoms either, correct?
Yes.
And despite them only saying that they're hearing voices, 8 out of 9 of them were diagnosed as being schizophrenic, correct?
Yes.
And there was actually a follow-up to the Rosenhan study as well, correct?
Correct.
And in the follow-up study, the hospitals were actually warned ahead of time that pseudo-patients would be seeking admission to their hospitals, correct?
Partially correct.
Okay, can you clarify?
Yeah, there was different hospitals. So what happened in the initial sort of fallout of the Rosenhan was that obviously psychiatrists sort of went on the defensive, and many institutions thought that this couldn't be the case, and that speaking for one institution, we wouldn't fall for this. And so sort of enough institutions made that claim that the study author said, okay, well, and then maybe you can pick it up from here if you want to continue with that part of the story.
That's when they did the follow-on study, correct?
Yes.
And so when they were sending, in the follow-on study, when they were sending pseudo-patients to hospitals, the hospitals that were receiving these pseudo-patients had prior knowledge that pseudo-patients were going to be sent to them, correct?
Yes.
And when they had prior knowledge of the fact that pseudo-patients would be sent to them, they had, they then diagnosed 10 to 20% of the people that they were evaluating as malingering, correct?
Yeah, they then diagnosed, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, they then diagnosed some percentage of folks presenting with malingering.
But despite diagnosing some people as malingering, they failed to detect a single one of the pseudo-patients, correct?
I think it's actually a little different than that.
Okay, do you have a copy of the study in front of you?
Yeah, I think what happened is that it was a clever experiment design. So they gave this forewarning to these hospitals that we're going to send some pseudo patients your way. So be on the lookout. Sort of creating a kind of bias potentially in these hospitals, in their evaluators. But what happened is they didn't send any pseudo patients, and yet there was still some increase in the amount of time that they were diagnosing malingering.
In the second study, they actually did send more pseudo patients, though, did they?
I'm looking at on page 252, the last sentence of the second paragraph. Last two, 23 were considered suspect, 19 were suspected by one psychiatrist and one other staff member. Actually, no genuine pseudo patient presented himself during this period.
And so meaning that they didn't detect any pseudo patient during that time?
Meaning that no genuine pseudo patient presented themselves to the hospital during that period.
All right. I'm going to talk with you briefly. You talked about issues with getting factual information from the person you're evaluating. You have other sources of factual information, correct?
I'm sorry, apart from what?
Apart from your evaluation of the person, your actual discussion with the person you're evaluating.
Many different sources.
And we talked about police reports as one of them, correct?
Yes.
And you get things like witness statements and things of that nature.
Yes.
And so is it important to know what was going on with a particular person during the time frame in question in order to make your determination?
Just to clarify, by time frame in question, do you mean during the period of the instant offenses?
Yep, and the time before that and the time after that, just that block of time. I'm using the term time frame broadly. I'm not talking about like minute by minute.
Okay, because specifically in a criminal responsibility evaluation, it's most important to understand what was happening around the period of instant offenses, and collateral information from family, friends, wherever you can get it really is extremely important.
And then evidence from a crime scene would also be important to determine what was going on in that particular crime scene, correct?
It depends on what the evidence is, potentially.
So if there was physical evidence in a crime scene that could tend to show what happened at that particular scene, that would be important, right?
It depends what it's showing.
What kind of things would be important and what would?
I'm not an investigator.
But what's important to you?
Any information that helps me establish a psychiatric diagnosis and then answer the questions the court has posed to me.
So, as part of your work here, did you evaluate the police reports and look over what was reported to have happened?
I did.
And are you under the impression that the knife at issue in this case was not washed or cleaned after the first killing?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Are you under the impression that the knife that was used in the first killing was not cleaned or washed after the first killing?
I think it's unclear how often the knife was being washed. I think there's some uncertainty around that.
When you're talking about witness collateral statements and things of that nature, are you aware of anybody who has said anything about seeing Mr. Dominguez with the knife before the killings?
Sort of in my immediate recollection, I'm not.
In regards to the first killing, where did that take place?
Davis, California.
You know, where it is?
Yes, Central Park.
And what were the lighting conditions like in the park?
Section outside scope. Not sure what we're doing here, but I think he evaluated the police reports, and it would have discussed the specific location of the offense, and that's material that you relied upon. So overall, you can
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What were the lighting conditions like in the area where the crime was committed?
I don't know if I can comment specifically on the lighting. It's my recollection that the murder took place in the evening or at night. But I wouldn't be able to comment on whether there was, say, a light post nearby or anything like that. I could just say that it happened at night, and at night it's dark.
How many times was that person stabbed?
I don't have the exact number, but it was many times.
And what was that person's name?
Objection, outside scope, argumentative.
It's sustained.
What physical evidence was at the scene?
Objection, outside scope, 352.
Sustained.
In your evaluation, would it be important to you to know whether or not critical pieces of evidence were left behind at the scene?
That's not necessarily up to the forensic psychiatrist, the court-appointed evaluator, to determine or to weigh in on.
In regards to the time between the first killing and the second killing, well, let's start with this. Do you know where the second killing took place?
Davis, California.
Do you know where specifically in Davis, California?
Sycamore Park.
And for the time frame between the first killing and the second killing, do you know if Mr. Dominguez went to Sycamore Park?
I don't know for certain.
Are you aware that his phone indicates movement and presence in Sycamore Park the night after the first killing?
I reviewed the cell phone data and metadata that was provided to me by the district attorney's office, but I'm not an expert in interpreting the raw cell phone data. I looked at it. I don't have a formal opinion about it.
Are you aware of when Mr. Dominguez's phone was turned off prior to the second killing?
Objection, outside scope, 352.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overrule.
I'm sorry, when the phone was turned off?
Yes.
Objection, days to time.
Yeah, rephrase.
Are you aware of when Mr. Dominguez's phone was turned off after the first killing?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I did review, again, some cell phone data that I believe showed times when the phone was on and the phone was off.
Were you aware that the data shows that the phone was powered off in Sycamore Park during the time between the first and second killing?
No.
Okay. So, for the second killing, what were the lighting conditions like in that park?
Objection, outside scope, 352. I'll stipulate that it was dark.
He can probe as to what the expert knows regarding the police reports since he relied on it. So, overall.
Again, to the best of my understanding, the second murder also took place in the evening or nighttime when it's dark.
But you don't know about like street lighting conditions or anything like that?
I don't recall specific lighting conditions apart from it being nighttime.
Do you know how many times that person was stabbed?
That person was also stabbed many times. If I recall correctly, it was something like over 50 times, but I don't have the exact number.
And what was that person's name?
Objection, argument is
Sustained.
352.
Sustained.
So I want to talk to you about a couple things that you discuss in your report. Do you remember reviewing body camera videos of Mr. Dominguez's contact with officers when he was initially stopped on the street?
I do remember that.
And do you remember discussing that in your report?
You'd have to be more specific.
On page 125 of your report, did you write that he ultimately complied with requests to search his bag?
It's an exact quote, so I'll have to look at my report.
Okay.
Yes, I wrote, while he did initially state that he did not want to show officers his bag, he ultimately complied with their request to search his bag.
But it wasn't that he gave officers permission to search his bag, it's that the officers told him, we're searching your bag, and he just didn't fight the officers, correct?
I interpreted what I saw in the video as compliance as opposed to resistance.
Right, but he didn't tell the officers, go ahead and search my bag. It wasn't that kind of compliance. It was the officers are searching the bag and he let it happen.
I didn't write anything to the extent that he gave officers verbal permission to search his bag.
Okay, so you're not under the impression that he gave permission?
I'll just repeat it. I'm not saying that he gave some sort of verbal indication to officers to the extent that he said, quote, you can search my bag.
All right, because you also wrote in your report on page 128 that Mr. Dominguez did not hide the murder weapon, correct?
There's a lot of text on this page. Could you direct me to the specific part of the page?
Last paragraph, line 2, starting on the second word on that line, he did not hide, parentheses, the murder weapon.
Yes.
In fact, you wrote, he did not hide, and what's in parentheses is, or even clean the murder weapon, correct?
Yes.
And so, from your review of that video, it didn't appear that he was trying to prevent people from looking in his bag?
So that selected text you found is in reference to his actions in the period of the instant offenses spanning approximately from April 26th to May 1st, 2023. It was in reference to his behavior as far as I could glean from, again, the police reports and all of the other statements referring to his behavior during the period of instant offenses. It wasn't referring specifically to when he was stopped by police.
So you would agree then that when he was stopped by the police, he was trying to hide the murder weapon?
Initially, he reported that he did not want the bag that he had with him searched.
I'm just talking about his physical behavior. Was he physically doing things to prevent the murder weapon from being discovered in his bag? Like clutching the bag shut, making sure not to put the bag down so they were open, things like that?
My recollection was that he continued to hold the bag.
So you reviewed that recording, and you also reviewed the recording of the interview at the Davis Police Department, correct?
The 7-hour interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And so when you did that, you talked on direct about your opinion about whether or not Mr. Dominguez was lying about his identity. Do you remember talking about that on direct?
I haven't made any statements or claims to the truthfulness or issues of lying about any of Mr. Dominguez's statements.
Okay. Did you on direct cite that as an example of disorganized speech?
I'm sorry, did I cite what as an example of disorganized speech?
In giving false information.
Again, the questions of truth or falsity are sort of outside of my scope, but I did comment within my scope to the extent that there was evidence of his disorganized speech and disorganized behavior and other evidence of florid psychosis that I noticed during that 7-hour interrogation.
So during both those contacts, how many times did he give officers the same false date of birth?
Can you say what?
The same false date of birth.
For a precise answer, I would have to review that transcript. But again, there's the issue of false. I think it's getting back to this matter of what's true or not, and that's not typically something or ever something that the forensic evaluator speaks to.
Okay, but his date of birth is like a known piece of information, right? That's not subjective in any way, is it?
No, the date of birth is objective data.
And so the data that he's giving the officers when asked for his date of birth is objectively different than what his true date of birth is, correct?
My recollection is that there was at least one instance in which the date of birth provided was incorrect and inconsistent with his true, accurate date of birth.
And in fact, he gave it multiple times, correct?
I would have to review the transcript. I'm happy to do that.
And so when officers confronted him about the date of birth and told him that he was getting the math wrong as far as the age, do you remember that?
Somewhat. Can I have a moment to review the transcript just to verify some of this?
With the question memory?
Yes.
With the court's permission?
The transcript of the 7-hour interview?
So there are portions that were relevant to my opinion that I included in
Put
my
it in the report?
the portions that were relevant to my opinion.
Okay, great. If it's in your report, yeah.
That's in my report.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it.
All right, and so officers confront him that the age you're telling us does not match the date of birth you're giving us, right? He says, I believe, 23, and the math would have made him a different age, or he gave a different age, and it would have made him 23, something to that effect.
The portion I have is different than that, but I'm happy to talk about what I have in my report.
So, doing math, is that difficult for someone who has disorganized speech?
So it depends.
In the recordings of Mr. Dominguez's contact, both at the street and at the police station, he gives an inaccurate address, correct?
The address is not consistent with the address from other records that indicate where he lives.
And he gives the same inaccurate address multiple times. It's not as if he's getting it wrong a different way every time, correct?
He provides 782 Hawthorne more than once, and the actual address is 762 Hawthorne.
I want to talk to you briefly about mitigation of symptoms. You testified on direct about medication and the effect that it can have on the mitigation symptoms. Do you remember that?
I do.
And the effect of medication on mitigation of symptoms, does that allow you to remember things that you could not remember before?
The extent to which medication can help you remember or appear to remember things, it depends on the severity of your illness, how long you've been taking medication, and it's difficult to know if it's because sort of exactly why it's doing that. For instance, like I testified to yesterday, it can be that a delusional interpretation you may have had about the past is improved or resolved to the extent that your another concept from yesterday, illness insight, is improved and you're able to sort of see the past with greater clarity. It can also be that some of the memory deficits, again, that we talked about yesterday, that can occur in schizophrenia improve to the extent that some of what happened before you can sort of see with greater clarity. It's hard to know really which one of those things is improving, but generally speaking, once someone is doing well on a medication, not always, but it can be that they can recall parts of their past during an acute episode of psychosis a bit better. It's rare that they're going to remember everything. There's usually going to be some parts that are fuzzy. Sometimes they don't really remember much even once they're doing better, but sometimes they do remember parts.
So when they start to get better, it gives them a different perspective or gives them a different vantage point as to how to interpret what it is that they remember.
It depends. The interpretation part, can you speak a little bit more to that?
So their understanding of what happened based on their memory can be improved due to medication, correct?
Their illness insight can be improved due to a combination of therapy. Really, therapy often does the sort of lion's share of work there, but medication can help quite a bit as well. And through greater illness insight, they can have a more, frankly, reality-based understanding of what the past looked like, but they can also have some improvement in memory as well.
And psychiatric medications themselves can cause memory deficits, correct?
Very broadly speaking, psychiatric medications can cause a wide variety of side effects and symptoms potentially.
And so, when we talk about your report, we talk about a large number of pages in your report. A lot of those pages are just cut and paste from police reports and from witness statements and things of that nature, correct?
No.
So, looking at your report, starting at page 34, it doesn't recount information from police reports and witness statements and that sort of thing?
It is actually does recount those different statements, yes.
Okay, so it's just that it's not a cut and paste.
It's not cut and paste.
Right? You were typing it out.
I typed it out, and then sort of standard practice in a forensic report is you enter in areas that are, like you signify areas that were typed, where there's like typos or things like that to indicate that that's not your typo, that was sort of, it came that way with the report, and everything in the report was, I typed out by hand. I sort of transcribed it from the original document into my report.
And it's fair to say half or more of your report is this kind of transcription where you're describing the different documents that you reviewed and the things that you looked at.
I don't know the exact sort of breakdown, but I don't think that's too far off.
And as a fellow, when it relates to this type of evaluation that you did in this case, how many of these type of evaluations have you done?
So, are we talking where I then testify in court afterwards?
No, just where you did the evaluation at all.
Okay, this was actually my first criminal responsibility evaluation.
And how many times have you testified in court as a forensic psychiatrist?
This too is my first time testifying in court.
Thank you. I've got the further answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That was cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Yes. Dr. Warner, the prosecutor asked you about the importance of reviewing police reports. Comment?
Yes.
Now, assume there are hundreds of pages of police reports that have nothing to do with Mr. Reales Dominguez, but involve police officers trying to identify the person who committed his crimes, interviewing other people suspected, but have nothing to do with Mr. Reales Dominguez. Is there any reason that you would want to review those reports?
Only to make sure that you're not missing anything. You don't want to just quickly scan past something and then realize that it may have been important, potentially helpful for your opinion.
But it's important to review the information that relates to Mr. Reales Dominguez. Correct?
Absolutely.
Did I provide you with a preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes.
What is your understanding of a preliminary hearing?
The preliminary hearing, if I'm recalling correctly, again, it was a lot of documentation I reviewed, has to do with establishing various facts of the case.
In that preliminary hearing, did multiple police officers testify?
Yes.
Did they testify under oath?
They testified under oath.
And you, in essence, they testify under oath to the information they included in their police report?
Yes.
Okay. But are police reports written under oath, to your knowledge?
I don't believe they are, to my knowledge.
I'm going to show you the preliminary hearing, a page on the preliminary hearing transcript.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
Can I see what's being done?
it's the preliminary hearing transcript.
Can I see this?
ahead and look, and you can scroll on that, and tell me if that is the preliminary hearing transcript that you reviewed.
This looks familiar.
And I'd like to direct your attention to page 4. Does that have a list of witnesses whose testimony is included in the preliminary hearing transcript?
Page, is it maybe a different page? I think page 4 is.
Should be at the beginning. I'm sorry.
Oh, right. Yeah, page 3. It looks like, yeah, it says witnesses in chronological order.
And you read that preliminary hearing transcript, sir, correct?
Yes.
So on page 3, who is the first witness whose testimony you read? Just stay on page 3.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I was scrolling down. The first witness is an Antonia Davis.
Antonia Diaz?
Davis?
And who is the next witness?
Alexander Torres.
And who is the next witness who testified?
Feng Li.
And who is the next witness who testified?
Burgess Griffin.
So far, are these all Davis police officers based on your recollection?
Yeah, and I recognize a few of the other names further down the list as well.
Let's keep going. Who testified after Officer Griffin?
Drake, and I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name.
How do you spell the last name?
Quitugua.
And who testified after Mr. Quitaga?
Nicholas Burke.
And who testified after Officer Burke?
Matthew Muscardini.
Who testified after Mr. Muscardini?
Nicholas Peel.
And who testified after Mr. Peel?
Michael Yu.
Who testified after Mr. Yu?
Mr. Muscardini was recalled.
And who testified after Mr. Muscardini the second time?
It looks like that's the end of the list of witnesses.
And during this preliminary hearing, where both sides had the opportunity to ask the officers questions
Yes.
and to bring out additional facts,
Yes.
so did you see that I have an opportunity to ask the officers questions?
Yes.
So, sir, in your opinion, and you agree cross-examination is an effective tool in testing the accuracy of a witness's statement. You would agree with that?
To the best of my ability, as someone sort of not in the legal profession, I don't know how much of my opinion weighs in there, but.
So if you were going to review, would you prefer to review an officer's police report, or would you prefer to review that officer testifying under oath and subject to cross-examination by both the prosecution and the defense? What would be more reliable in your opinion?
I mean, testifying under oath sounds to me like the gold standard.
Okay. Let's go on to, if you go look at page 116.
Okay.
There's a list more officers who testified on another day of that preliminary hearing.
It does.
Who's the first officer that testified?
Alex Torres.
So he came back for a second time. Who after Alex Torres?
I'll just spell it. It's Keirith, and the last name is Briesenick.
Karim Reisnick? I messed up her name for 20 years, sir. Don't worry about it. What is the next person who testified?
Leo Gonzalez.
Who also testified after Mr. Gonzalez?
Stephen Ramos.
Steve Ramos?
Ramos.
Who testified after Steve Ramos?
That's the last name on that page.
And so you reviewed the police reports, and these witnesses testifying under oath to what's in their police reports, correct?
I reviewed the police reports, and I'm checking my report now, if that's okay, to double check that I reviewed this. Again, I reviewed, I believe it was 3,500 pages of documents. I just want to make sure I'm not misremembering anything.
But did I provide you with that preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes.
Now, sir, you reviewed the body cameras of Officer Story and Officer Gonzalez, correct?
I did.
Having reviewed the body cameras, is there any benefit to then reviewing a police report where they summarize what is in the body cameras?
At times it can be redundant. However, body camera footage can be invaluable to the extent that it gives you, real-time video, audio footage of the person that you're evaluating, Mr. Dominguez in this case.
Did you review a body camera recording from Mr. Moscardini showing him and Detective Yu speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I did.
Having reviewed that body camera, is there any reason why you need to read a report by Mr. Moscardini summarizing what is in the body camera?
Again, this was my first report. I reviewed everything that was given to me without much of an opinion as to, I have my own personal opinions. At times maybe it felt redundant, but that's not my professional opinion.
Sir, if I were to tell you, sir, I can give you the body camera of Officer Moscardini's contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez, or I can give you a report that he summarizes what's in that body camera. Which would you prefer?
If I had to choose one, it would be the body camera. It can give me much more data about, frankly, objective data about Mr. Dominguez's mental state, etc.
And you also reviewed the 7-hour plus interview?
I did.
If I were to tell you, sir, you have to choose. Do you want the actual recording of that interview, or do you want a report written by Steve Ramos where he summarizes what was said in that interview? What would you prefer?
Video, again, audio video of the person you're evaluating can be really invaluable, especially if it's very close to around the period of instant offenses. It can give you really good insight into their mental status, as opposed to a report. Even a very well-written report is, frankly, just two-dimensional.
And what if the report written by the officer is wrong? That the officer says Mr. Reales Dominguez said things he never said. Would that be significant to you?
In general, we like to make sure that the sources that we're using for our evaluations are as accurate as possible.
Sir, the prosecutor asked you at the beginning of your testimony, he said, I want you to assume, with respect to Mr. Dominguez, that there is some kind of mental health issue. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
Sir, in your opinion, does Mr. Reales Dominguez have, quote, some kind of mental health issue, or does he have schizophrenia?
So in my opinion, it would be more accurate to characterize it as schizophrenia.
That description, some kind of mental health issue, that could probably apply to a lot of people, correct?
This is argumentative.
So it's right. It's very broad.
There are many people who don't have a diagnosed mental disease who may say, you know what, I have some type of mental health issue, correct?
I'm aware that folks will sometimes self-diagnose.
Mental health issues, as that term is used, that may apply to a large portion of the population. Many people may have some kind of mental health issue at one point in their life or another, correct?
Potentially.
So, is schizophrenia, just some kind of mental health issue, or is it a serious mental illness?
So schizophrenia, and I'll just note initially that this is not in the DSM, but it's widely acknowledged in the mental health community and the psychiatric community as a type of SMI, or severe mental illness, that comes with it a very high degree of morbidity in terms of the prognosis, the effect it can have on someone's life, cost to the person, cost to society.
What costs can schizophrenia have to a person?
A tremendous cost.
Can you elaborate on that tremendous cost?
Absolutely. So, as I talked about yesterday, when we were thinking about, I'll just start from the beginning of the illness course and kind of walk through it. Yesterday, we talked a lot about the schizophrenia prodrome. That's the term that we use to describe the sort of beginning stages of the illness. And frequently, the sort of classic presentation of that is someone that is going through life relatively normally, and then they gradually start to have a symptom onset, which leads to progressive withdrawal from their friends, family, work, things that are meaningful to them. They also might lose the ability to experience that sort of meaning or joy that kind of propelled them through life previously. They can become depressed. They can actually lose the ability to really even experience positive emotions. From there, you can imagine that unless they get treatment, things can get much worse. And in fact, even with treatment, it can be sort of a difficult life at that point. There's actually a theory in psychiatry and the social sciences called downward drift. And this idea of downward drift is that once you sort of start down the road of an SMI, especially like schizophrenia,
You can finish your answer.
so once you sort of start down the illness course of a disease like schizophrenia, one loss of functioning can sort of lead to the next. And so you can imagine if you're symptomatic quite a bit and you can't make it to work, then you can't keep up with your financial obligations. You don't necessarily have the cognitive wherewithal to really advocate for yourself, and unless you have like a very supportive family. And in some cases, even if you do have a very supportive family, you can end up houseless, on the street, jobless, not connected with mental health resources. And you can imagine if someone is severely symptomatic and they don't have shelter and they don't have family taking care of them and they don't have financial resources, the illness that even in the context of somebody that has the resources financially and otherwise to really deal with the illness, you can imagine if they don't have any of that and they're just sort of on the street, their prognosis is going to be much worse.
Are there a lot of people who, because they have family who intervene at an early time, get treatment early on in their illness?
Are there a lot of people?
Or do some people, do they have family who intervene immediately upon seeing evidence of mental illness?
Yeah, some, but not nearly enough.
As a psychiatrist, is it important to try to get a person on medication early in their illness?
Objection exceeds the scope.
It is. In fact, there's a whole sort of subfield within psychiatry that focuses on this concept of early psychosis, which is the field of that focuses on picking up those signs of early psychosis. Sometimes they can be subtle, and but that's exactly when you want to pick up the disease, because the earlier you recognize and start treating it, in general, the better the prognosis is.
And sir, when you see patients, you've seen patients in an emergency room,
I have.
how frequently is it a family member who brings them in and says, something's wrong with my son, something's wrong with my daughter? How common do you see that?
Objection exceeds the scope.
So it depends. If it's the first time they're presenting, if they're not really known to the emergency department, then it frequently is a family member or a friend. But if it's been sort of more than one, if this is not their first time being psychotic or having an acute episode, unfortunately, at that point, they're commonly in some sort of congregate living situation. They're probably like not living with their family anymore. Frequently, they're unhoused. They're also coming from jail. But if it's that first episode, frequently it is family or friends bringing them in.
Okay, we just have a minute or so. Well, I need to leave time for any recross. So you decide.
I'll finish on mine.
Okay, that's fine.
Sir, the prosecutor asked you about controversy with psychiatry. Among legitimate psychiatrists or legitimate mental health professionals, is there any controversy that schizophrenia is a real disease?
No.
Is there any controversy that schizophrenia is a serious mental disease?
It's agreed widely that it's a severe mental illness.
But, sir, would you agree that among people who are not mental health professionals, you've spoken with people who are not mental health professionals, correct?
I have.
All the time.
Yes.
In your opinion, do many people have misconceptions about mental illness and psychiatry in general?
There are still quite a few misconceptions about mental health that persist, I would say.
And in your experience, are there people on the fringe who have opinions about psychiatry and mental illness that is just downright ignorant?
You mean folks in professional like within the mental health community or outside of it?
Both.
Just in
Outside.
general.
Are there people who talk to you about your views, their views of mental illness, that in your opinion that person just is ignorant?
Sure. I mean, there are folks that don't have the knowledge, training, skills around psychiatric concepts that are sort of by definition ignorant of some of those topics.
You ever experienced someone who does a Google search and then thinks they're an expert?
So I have encountered situations where somebody comes in having maybe self-diagnosed.
I've nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was redirect. Mr. Hutchinson, excuse me, Mr. Vanner, can you recross?
I think I have two. Sir, there was testimony about you reviewing the preliminary hearing transcript. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you see testimony from Dr. Matthew Massey in that transcript?
So if you give me just a moment, I can refer to the exact page you're looking at.
Well, did Dr. Massey himself testify
Yes.
at the preliminary hearing?
I recall Dr. Massey giving maybe not testimony. I remember him giving a statement about things he witnessed on April 29th.
Right, but there was another witness relaying information they received from Dr. Massey, not an actual Dr. Massey in court testifying, correct?
Right. I don't believe I saw testimony from Dr. Massey in court.
And you read police reports relating to Dr. Massey?
I did.
Objection outside scope.
Okay. All right. I think the parties agree that the Dr. Massey's testimony was relayed by police officers at the preliminary
Yes.
hearing. Right. That's we've got that. So go on.
What is your understanding from the review of the police reports as to what Dr. Massey saw during his interactions with Mr. Dominguez?
Objection outside scope.
Just a moment. Well, no, you asked about the preliminary hearing, it was reviewed and so forth, so I'll allow it, but we're out of time. So do you have a few more questions?
I think this, and then I
Okay,
have
we're
more
gonna have to
questions.
come back, because then I'll need to sort it out. But we gotta take a break. Mid-morning break, Dr. Weiner, it sounds like we're almost done. A few questions on each side. Thank you for your patience, doctor. We're gonna be back in 15 minutes. Remember the three-part admonition, don't form any hard opinions about this case. Do not research this case, and do not discuss the substance. Thank you, I'll see you after the break. Thank you, counsel. Off the record.
It was that was a fun time, although not. So we have your sheriff, Sheriff Lima. I just want to talk about him for. Kinley, Julie Moran from the American Red Cross, Janice Moran from the American Red Cross, Jerry Moran, it's Cinder's birthday's today, by the way. I don't know if you're related to him. But the American Red Cross is here. One thing I hope everybody thinks about is always volunteer for the Red Cross. It's a big deal what they do. When we open up all those shelters, the food we distribute, all those things, it's a lot of volunteers, and a lot of people come from all over the country as part of the American Red Cross, and they just do an outstanding job. So I want to recognize some other individuals that are not going to be speaking. We got Alexander Quinones representing the U.S. Senator Ashley Moody. We've got Commissioner Bob Guillory, Seminole County Commission. We've got Commissioner Lee. Where's Lee Constantine? I haven't seen Lee. So Lee has been around for a long time. He was just getting out, I think, when I ran for governor. Amy Lockhart, I think, Amy, you started about when I did, right?
Yes.
We started about the same time. Seminole County Commission, Mayor Art Woodruff, Mayor of Sanford. The mayor's an easy job. Nobody ever complains. You know.
Less sweat.
I don't know. I always tell people, you know, the best jobs are president, mayor, and governor because if you want to be an executive. But you do, if you're the mayor, man, you get a lot of phone calls. I get a lot of phone calls, but I think the mayor, we get a lot. We've got some state representatives here. Rachel Plakin here. I had the opportunity to serve with her husband, Scott, Representative David Smith, Representative Doug Brankston, and Daniel Elliott, representing State Rep Susan Placencia. So why are we here? We're here to do everything we can to get people ready. No, we're not on the coast. So people say, "Oh gosh, we don't have to worry about hurricanes so much." But if you really look at these hurricanes, what's happened is they've really become big water events. And part of it, if you're on the coast, we're going to have storm surge. And the National Hurricane Service, National Weather Service, they're doing the best job they can. They're going to try to tell you the path. They're going to try to tell you the wind, and they do their best at doing it. And then they're going to try to get better and better and better on the storm surge. But guess what? It's Mother Nature. But here's what we found. I mean, you look at these storms. We've had unbelievable flooding where people never thought we'd have flooding. I remember when I was governor, and even with I think it was Ian. These parts of the state, we had flooding that we never anticipated, and water's going to kill you. If you're on the coast, it's the storm surge can kill you. If you're inland, you drive into water, it's going to kill you. First off, I don't want to recognize my wife, Ann, who actually had we live in Naples, where we have had 3 hurricanes. Bad one was Ian, the other 2 not quite as bad for us, a little bit further north, but we got bad storm surge in all of them. But she can tell you, because of what happened down in Naples area in Ian, I think she still has, she still worries about anything like that, because she saw how bad it was down there. But so here's our goal. All of us are going to be here today, and we're going to try to get you to be prepared. There's a lot of websites, and I hope everybody that comes up will tell their website. But you need to follow your local evacuation zones, and you need to follow it. And you need to actually do it ahead of time. I can tell you what happened in our case. With Ian hit Collier County almost 3 years ago, by the time they did the local evacuation, you couldn't really leave because of the tornadoes. So if you think you might be in the evacuation zone soon, get the hell out. Don't take a chance. So 3 days of water, or 7 days of water, 7 days of food. But go to ready.gov, and everybody's going to have their websites. Follow them. Get a plan. Don't take a chance, and don't wait to go buy stuff, because it might be too late. Keep your cars full. I tried when I was governor never run out of gas, and we were able to do that. But often we run out of gas. Make sure you make some friends, so you know someplace to go. Put your time into making some friends right now, so you have a place to go to. We're going to open up shelters. When I was governor, what we did, we opened up the shelters. National Guard was what opened up originally, but then the Red Cross really took over almost all of them. So we're going to try to make sure you have everything, but it's your job to get ready. So now let me turn it over to some other individuals that will give their message. And there's a separate message after it hits. Don't use those darn generators inside. If you don't know how to use a chainsaw, don't touch it. And if we have a lot of saturated land, we've lost people after these storms with trees falling. So we survived. My job as governor is, my goal was nobody die. Nobody die and keep everybody alive, because you can always rebuild that house, but you just can't rebuild somebody's life. I said it so many times that my now 13-year-old grandson, when he was governor, he memorized it when he was 4. I said, you can rebuild that house, you can't rebuild your life. So now we're going to hear from Congressman Corey Mills. Corey, we're going to get over here.
I want to thank the senator for putting this together. Obviously, as governor and now as senator, he's done an amazing job in supporting our emergency management systems, but also just talking about the readiness that's required. Honored to be here with Alan Harris, our emergency manager. Him and I worked together quite diligently throughout many of the storms that's come through, as well as for the sheriff's department. Sheriff Lima, he's the best in the state. I mean, absolutely has led the way, not on just opioid addiction. He deserves it. I mean, I'm truly blessed, as we all are, to have Sheriff Lima as our sheriff. Our fire chief as well, done an amazing job, Matt, so thank you for everything that you've done. You continue to support us. These are the true unspoken heroes. These are the individuals who are out there every single day while the storm is going on, and as Senator Scott talked about, after the storm has passed through. And this is where we see the big majority of things that are mistakes. Going through with the standing water, not understanding down powered lines, not looking at deadfall trees, going into a house that has some infrastructure damage that causes further damage as they walk in.
Just from the moment that he started to observe Mr. Dominguez to when he was no longer observing Mr. Dominguez.
So he observed Mr. Dominguez in the park at night. He observed him over Mr. Najm, and then he called out to Mr. Dominguez. Mr. Dominguez responded in a sort of defensive or maybe even paranoid or frightened fashion to Mr. Massey, and then got on the bike and rode away from Mr. Massey.
And was that significant to you?
Can you be more specific?
Did that provide any insight into you in making your findings in the case?
Mr. Massey's account of what he witnessed.
Yes.
Yes, so in general, in criminal responsibility evaluations, when you get eyewitness statements or testimony regarding one of the offenses in question, especially if the witness statement includes direct observation of the defendant at that time, it's typically considered important.
And if in actuality Mr. Dominguez's statements to Dr. Massey were not made until he was actually fleeing from Dr. Massey and already had fled partway from the scene, would that be different than your understanding of the events?
Can you rephrase?
Right, so your understanding is that Dr. Massey approaches, he makes an inquiry to Mr. Dominguez answers, and then Mr. Dominguez flees, correct?
Yes.
And so if in actuality Dr. Massey approached, made an inquiry, Mr. Dominguez fled, and then while in flight turns his head back to say things to Dr. Massey, is that different than your understanding of the events?
I think it's slightly different.
And so, last topic, both on direct and redirect, you talked about schizophrenia and the effect that it has on blunting of emotions. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And both times you mentioned that it has a blunting effect on positive emotions. You used the word positive both times. Do you remember that?
So, affective blunting, the way I described it to the jury was that there's a reduction in all emotions, and then I gave several examples: happiness, sadness, fear, anxiety, anger. All of those are blunted or reduced.
So you're talking about a reduction in positive emotions. Is it that a person with schizophrenia has experiences less positive emotions?
So there's a negative symptom, just to refresh everybody's memory, called anhedonia, which is the inability or the reduced ability to experience positive emotions, joy, pleasure, etc.
So that relates to positive emotions.
Yes.
Does not relate to anger.
No, anhedonia. I mean, the word itself means lack of pleasure or happiness. You can think like the word like hedonism. It comes from that. So anhedonia meaning like a lack of that.
So it would apply to jealousy.
This is outside scope, Your Honor. Objection.
Just a moment. Just a moment. I'll allow it. Go ahead. You can finish.
Anhedonia, as conceptually, is not related to jealousy.
And would it apply to frustration?
No, affective blunting would, but anhedonia would not.
Have that clear.
Okay. All right, Mr.
I have one question.
Hutchinson. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, can a person with schizophrenia who's experiencing hallucinations and delusions, can they experience fear?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, Dr. Weiner, thank you for your patience with the court. Thank you for being here on 2 separate days, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I do. The defense calls Dr. Sarah Vincent.
Okay, let's get the witness. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Come on into the podium right here. Thank you for being here. My name is Sam McAdam. I'm the trial judge. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I'd like you to have a seat in the witness stand, and we have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause now being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Sarah Vincent, Sarah, V as in Victor, INSON.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Dr. Vincent.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a child and adolescent, adult, and forensic psychiatrist. I am employed by Morehouse School of Medicine, where I am the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, and I'm also an employee of my own company, Lorio Forensics.
Can you say that last part again?
An employee of my own company, Lorio, Lorio Forensics.
I would like to ask you about your educational background. When did you earn your BA?
In 2004.
And what was your BA in?
My major was chemistry pre-med.
And what undergrad university did you attend?
Florida A&M University.
And did you receive any honors at the time of your graduation?
Yes, I was summa cum laude.
After graduating from Florida A&M, did you attend med school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend med school?
The University of Florida College of Medicine.
And where is that? Is that in Tallahassee?
It is in Gainesville, Florida, but we also have a campus in Jacksonville, Florida. So half of my clinical years were in a more city, kind of urban setting.
I was mixing up Florida State, I apologize. After you graduated from the University of Florida, where did you have a residency?
Yes, so I matched into psychiatry residency at Cambridge Health Alliance, which is one of the Harvard Medical School residency programs.
And how long was your residency with Cambridge Health Alliance?
So I was at Cambridge Health Alliance for 3 years, and then from there went into Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Fellowship at Emory School of Medicine, and then after Child Fellowship did a fellowship in Forensic Psychiatry also at Emory School of Medicine.
What is a Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Fellowship?
So after your general psychiatry training, sometimes people want to get additional expertise in a specific area, and that's when you do fellowship training. So you have to successfully do the baseline adult general psychiatry training, then you apply for a fellowship or additional training. So the child fellowship was 2 additional years working with children, families, and what we call transitional age youth. So people who are between that 18 to 21 kind of age range.
And where is Emory University?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And you said you also did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry?
Yes,
And was that also at Emory?
it was.
Okay. How is that fellowship different than the one you did in adolescent psychiatry?
So they're both subspecialties of the field, but with forensic psychiatry, you're learning the difference between being a treating psychiatrist, so somebody who's providing care, prescribing medications, making diagnosis, and what it means to be a psychiatrist who is helping the court answer a question. So that role as a consultant versus as a clinical care provider.
After you completed your residency and fellowships, did you hold any teaching positions?
Yes, so I have been adjunct faculty at Emory School of Medicine since I finished up my training in 2013. And I have been at Morehouse School of Medicine as a salaried employee, whether part-time or full-time, since I finished training. So there I've been an assistant professor, associate professor, now I am a full professor. I have taught courses, been an attending on rotations, and also developed their Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Fellowship Program.
And where is Morehouse School of Medicine?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And is that also where Emory School of Medicine is?
Yes.
And what's the difference between being an adjunct professor and a salary professor?
So as adjunct, I essentially volunteer to teach. So I've kept ties to the forensic program there, and their fellows may come on and work on certain cases with me.
I'd like to just go through the positions you held at Morehouse School of Medicine from August 2013 to June 2016. What position did you have?
So that's when I came in as an assistant professor.
And at some point, did you become an associate professor at Morehouse?
Yes.
What's the difference between an assistant professor and an associate professor?
So as an associate professor, you have demonstrated that you have some scholarship. So that could be book chapters, editing books, speaking at national conferences, all things that I've done, that you've done something to help advance the field.
And at some point, did you become a full professor at Morehouse School of Medicine?
Yes.
And your current occupation, you're the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences?
Yes.
What does that mean to be the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences?
It's a middle management job. So I am recruiting, training, helping professionally develop the faculty that are teaching our young doctors and our medical students there. Also thinking about clinical partnerships and things like that. And, you know, in some ways fill in wherever I need to make sure that the work of the department gets done and that my faculty are supported.
You also mentioned that in addition to your teaching responsibilities, you have had a private practice.
Yes.
And what is the name of that? Did you first start a clinical care private practice?
Yes. So I had a clinical care private practice and would just do the forensics kind of under that umbrella when I wasn't doing as much of it. But that practice took care of children, adolescents, and adults. Many of the youth had histories of trauma or had been foster care involved. A lot of the adults were working professionals. Once I became chair, something had to give. So I basically shut down the private practice for the most part, but I have about 4 patients that I've had for a while that I kept. Including one who has psychotic symptoms and one who is a college student.
How long before you shut down the practice did you have your clinical care practice? How many years was that?
So I started it as soon as I finished training, so since 2013.
And in 2020, did you begin a forensic psychiatric consulting service?
Yes, so I essentially just spun off the forensic work into a separate entity legally that I have been doing, for years.
Okay. And what does that mean, forensic psychiatric consultation services? What does that mean?
So rather than having a relationship with somebody as their treating provider, I am working with legal teams or courts or judges to answer some forensic question. So that could be related to competency, it could be related to child custody, since I'm also child trained, it could be related to how someone's immaturity is influencing their actions. So the questions really do run the gamut, but it's really at that intersection of psychiatry and mental health and the law. And it's not about me taking care of somebody, but more me helping to answer a question.
Just a moment. Doctor, can I ask you to slow down just a little bit I'm picking up everything fine, right? But I'm also getting a record of our proceedings, and so I have a court reporter, and I want to go just at a slightly slower pace if we can.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Go ahead.
You have a flight to Atlanta tonight?
I do, but I just naturally talk fast. It's been the case since I was a kid. Sorry.
We'll get to there. You said you did some forensic work under the umbrella of your clinical practice. When did you begin your formal forensic practice? When was that?
So I started forensic work within a year of graduating from Emory. I sat for my boards within a few months after graduating, passed them the first time, and have done cases since then.
But currently the L'Oreal Forensics, when was that formally started?
I think that was 2019, summer of 2019 is when it was formally incorporated.
And can people who need an expert in an area where you have expertise, can they retain you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're retained as an expert, do you always testify at a hearing?
No, most of the time I do not.
Have you testified as an expert in either depositions or hearings in court?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert, either at a deposition or a hearing in court?
I would estimate around 30 or 40 times.
And in a deposition, there are lawyers asking questions but no judge there?
Correct.
Approximately how many of those 30 to 40 times have you testified in a court hearing where there's a judge and lawyers asking you questions?
I'd say around 15 or 20.
And in what jurisdictions have you testified as an expert?
It's
The
been,
best estimate you can give.
okay, so Georgia, Florida, Illinois, California. I'm missing a Midwest state.
Michigan?
But that's what, Michigan.
Would it be fair to say you've testified at multiple?
Massachusetts was my very first one.
And where are you licensed? What states are you licensed to practice medicine in?
So I'm licensed in Georgia. I also hold some licenses in some states where I do a fair amount of consulting work, and California is one of those states.
So are you licensed in North Carolina,
Yes,
Arizona,
yes,
Michigan,
yes,
Virginia,
yes.
Ohio,
Yes, I think that one's still active, but I'm not positive if that one still is.
and Louisiana?
Yes.
What professional memberships do you belong to?
So I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association and the American Association of Community Psychiatry. I'm actually on their board, and the American Association of Child and Adolescent Psychiatrists.
And have
Oh, also, I'm sorry, the American College of Psychiatry, which is like an honors society for psychiatrists.
have you published articles on a variety of topics relating to psychiatry?
Yes, I have.
How many articles have you published where either you were the author or you were one of the authors?
I would estimate 5 or 6.
And have you conducted peer-reviewed and continuing medical education presentations to groups about psychiatry and topics in psychiatry?
Yes, I do that frequently, and we actually just had our American Psychiatric Association meeting, which is the largest psychiatric meeting in the world typically, and I had 4 presentations there at that national meeting just a couple of weeks ago.
How many times do you think you've presented either to peer-reviewed or continuing medical education presentations, if you had to give an estimate?
Around 30 or 40 times, at least.
And throughout your practice, do you have experience with people suffering from schizophrenia?
Yes, I do.
Have you treated people who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen people with schizophrenia when you were not the treating physician, but in a different role, supervising or in a teaching role?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how schizophrenia is diagnosed?
Yes.
And at this time, I'd like to offer Dr. Vincent as an expert in psychiatry and specifically schizophrenia.
Okay, any voir dire? Okay, we have a qualified expert.
Dr. Vincent, how did you become involved in the case of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I was contacted by your office.
And by my office, do you refer to Yolo County Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
And were you retained in this case?
Yes, I was.
And by retained, does that mean we pay you for your services?
Yes, for my time.
And were you retained to do independent evaluation of Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez related to his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes, I was.
In doing this evaluation, did you review materials that were provided to you?
Yes, I did.
We're going to go over some of the materials that you reviewed. Did you review medical records from WellPath, which is the provider for Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Did you review medical records from Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you review some medical records from Woodland Memorial Hospital when Mr. Reales Dominguez was taken there for various issues?
Yes.
Did you review a neuropsychological report prepared by a doctor by the name of Dr. Dale Watson, a psychologist?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some education records of Mr. Reales Dominguez, his college transcript and his high school transcript?
Yes, I did.
And did you review reports written by a Dr. Sirintip Ree, a psychologist, and Dr. Stephen Weiner, a psychiatrist?
Yes, I did.
Were you also provided with a preliminary hearing transcript where multiple police officers testified?
Yes, I was.
And did you review witness statements and prior testimony from people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez, his friends, girlfriends, family, roommates?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you some specific people and ask what materials you reviewed. Did you review a witness statement from Mr. Reales Dominguez's father, Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes.
Did you also personally interview Mr. Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes, I did, virtually.
And did you speak to him in English or did you use a Spanish interpreter?
I had a Spanish interpreter.
And was I present during that interview or was it only you and Mr. Reales Campos?
Me, Mr. Reales Campos, and the interpreter.
Did you also review a witness statement from Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct a personal interview of Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
And was that conducted in English?
Yes.
And were the only two people present, you and Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review prior statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Kaylee Gallardo, Mr. Reales Dominguez's former girlfriend?
Yes.
Did you review statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Nathan Riego de Dios, Mr. Reales Dominguez's former friend and second-year roommate?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement from Gladys Burden and her prior testimony, a co-worker at Jack in the Box?
Yes.
Did you review a statement and prior transcript of Mark Capito, a friend and former roommate and fraternity brother of Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review a statement and transcript of prior testimony from Philip Hahn?
Yes.
Did you review prior witness statements from a woman by the name of Ava Bindus, who was an English instructor for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the medical notes and prior testimony of Amy Gutierrez, a medical health professional at the Yoba County Jail?
Yes.
Did you review the medical notes and prior testimony of Brandy Halstead, another professional?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the medical notes and transcript of prior testimony from a Dr. Patricia Tyler, a psychiatrist who treated Mr. Reales Dominguez by
Yes.
telepsychiatry at the Yoba County Jail?
Yes.
Did you also review prior testimony from Shanna Bly, an investigator with the Yoba County Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
Were you provided with a partial transcript of testimony of a man named Isaac Chessman who testified in this trial?
Yes.
And did you review a portion of a video of Mr. Chessman testifying when he demonstrated how a hole looked in a tent?
Yes.
And did you also review witness statements from other and prior testimony from other people who may not have testified in this trial?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about body camera recordings or recordings you reviewed. Did you review body camera recordings from an officer named Jacob Story, who was the first officer to detain Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the body camera recordings from an officer named Leo Gonzalez?
Yes.
Well, again, at the scene. And did you review a body camera recording from a man named Matt Muscardini, which showed him and a detective, Mike Yu, questioning Mr. Reales Dominguez at the scene of the detention before transporting him to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
And finally, did you review an over 7-hour video of an interrogation by Mr. Reales Dominguez by detectives Matt Muscardini and Steve Ramos?
Yes.
In addition to reviewing all of these materials, did you meet personally with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet with him?
It was last year. I'm
You
not
have that
exactly
note in
sure
your
of the,
report?
I do.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Do you have the report?
I did not bring one, honestly, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And did you ultimately draft a 45-page report summarizing your opinion?
Yes, I did.
Okay, it's been shown to the witness to refresh memory.
So take a look at that and put it down when you're done.
I will do. So I saw him August 26, 2024,
And where did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
at the jail.
And where at the jail did this interview take place? Was it a private interview room? Was it between glass? What was it?
It was a contact visit, so we were in the same room. There was no separation by glass. It was a pretty big room, but we were the only people in it.
And approximately how did you fly from Atlanta to meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, well, kind of. I was already in California and just rode a train up, but
So you were in California for another purpose and you were able to extend your trip.
correct.
Approximately how long did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez on August 26, 2024?
I met with him for 3 hours.
And during that examination, did you observe him?
Yes, I did.
Did you perform any testing?
I performed a clinical interview.
And what is a clinical interview?
So that's when you go through aspects of people's history, their birth history, their childhood history, things about their development, their prior treatment, their medical issues. And based on both what they tell you and what they show you at the end, you're able to come to a conclusion about what may be going on diagnostically.
And did you discuss his background?
Yes.
Did you discuss his childhood in El Salvador and the circumstances of him how he was ultimately transported to the United States?
Yes, we did.
Did you discuss his relationships with his family?
Yes.
Did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez his past and current symptoms of mental illness?
I both discussed with him and was able to see what he could tell me about, but also observed them in real time in the interview.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez in August of 2024, had he been on antipsychotic medication for more than a year at that point?
Yes, he had been medicated with olanzapine, which is an antipsychotic medication.
And we've already heard from two psychiatrists who've explained the difference between positive symptoms and negative symptoms of schizophrenia, but you are familiar with those terms, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And positive symptoms, does that include hallucinations,
Yes,
delusions,
yes,
disorganized speech and behavior?
yes.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez on August 26th, did you observe any positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Not at that time, no.
When you met with him on August, let me back up. Can antipsychotic medication be sometimes very effective at controlling positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can be.
Is it less effective sometimes in controlling negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
The vast majority of the time, it is less effective at treating the negative symptoms.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, were you able to observe any negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, there were negative symptoms present when I met with him.
What symptoms did you observe?
His face was not that emotionally reactive. It was somewhat, but not as full as you would expect. He didn't use a lot of hand gestures. There wasn't a lot of variation in his tone. And there were times where he didn't produce answers that were as sophisticated or as articulate as I would think they would be based on his prior functioning before he became ill.
And this is a yes or no. Did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez the circumstances of the stabbings of David Breaux, Karim Abou, Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
Did you discuss with him what he believed and perceived at the time of those stabbings?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask him specific questions related to the circumstances of those three stabbings?
Yes.
And did you consider, and did he answer every question that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
Here's my question. Did he attempt to answer every question you asked of him?
Yes.
Were there
He
things
provided an answer to everything I asked.
Were there things he could not remember?
Yes, there were.
And did you consider his statements in relation to the other evidence you reviewed and ultimately arrived at your opinion?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Vinson, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez currently suffers from a serious mental illness?
Yes, I do.
And what, in your opinion, does he suffer from?
He has schizophrenia.
And Dr. Vinson, do you have an opinion if Mr. Reales Dominguez suffered from schizophrenia at the time of the charged offenses in April and May of 2023?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That he was suffering from schizophrenia and was having his first psychotic break at the time.
And first psychotic break, is that sometimes described as a first break?
Yes.
Now, we've heard two psychiatrists already explain this, but can you give us just a short answer of what schizophrenia is so we know we're all on the same page?
So with schizophrenia, it is a thought disorder. So what differentiates it from something like depression or from anxiety is that people actually have a hard time knowing what's real and what's not, have a hard time differentiating from what's reality and what's in their head. So their ability to make sense of what's happening around them, to communicate with people, to behave in a way that is appropriate or expected is compromised in a way.
Now, as I said, we've already had two psychiatrists explain the positive symptoms, but I just want to go through them and make sure you agree. Are hallucinations a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are delusions a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are disorganized speech and behavior positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Weiner also spoke to us about delusional perceptions. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What is a delusional perception?
So a lot of times when people with schizophrenia have perceptual abnormalities, like they're hearing things or they're seeing things that aren't there, they're misinterpreting what's in front of them, it's not just that that perception is wrong, but there's a delusion or some thought or some story that goes along with what they're seeing.
And so, can a person experience hallucinations when there's actually nothing there, like in an empty room?
Yes.
Can a person experience hallucinations when they're in a room and there are things in the room, but it distorts their perception of what's in the room, if that question makes sense?
Yes.
And can a person experience hallucinations, delusions, and delusional perceptions at the same time?
Yes.
Now, in the materials you reviewed, do you recall seeing multiple statements about Mr. Reales Dominguez staring at walls for extended periods of time, or staring out into space?
Yes.
What does that indicate as a potential positive symptom, as a potential negative symptom? As a psychiatrist, when you see evidence of a person staring at walls or staring out into space, what does that tell you?
So with the thought disorder, there could be a couple of things going on. It could be that he is so preoccupied and caught up in the voices and the things that he's hearing that aren't there, that he's not attending to what is actually in the room. What could also be happening is the negative symptoms of your thoughts just not forming in the same way. And so it could be that their thoughts are blocked, and that's why you're seeing that symptom.
I'd like to, again, we've had the negative symptoms explained to us, so I just want to go through them to make sure you agree that they are negative symptoms. Is minimal speech, is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What about a diminished emotional expression or a flat affect?
Yes.
Is an inability to maintain eye contact a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be, yes.
And when we talk about eye contact, there are certain people, a lot of attorneys, who they get nervous and don't like to make eye contact when they're speaking with people. Is that the same for schizophrenia or people with schizophrenia, or is their lack of eye contact different?
So one of the things that you can see as a negative symptom is social withdrawal. So they're just not as interested in interacting with people, and eye contact is part of that social interaction, right? So if you're not interested in connecting with people or interacting with people, then eye contact isn't something that you would naturally do in the same way.
We've heard testimony about people with schizophrenia kind of just staring past somebody. Is that something you've seen?
Yes, and you don't know what they're looking at, right? But they could be looking at any number of things that only they can see, but you can't, and that's what makes it an hallucination.
Is avulsion, is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Say that again?
Avulsion? Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. A-V-O-L-I-T-I-O-N?
Oh, got it. Abolition. So when people aren't motivated in the way that they normally would be. So for instance, someone who's a really motivated college student and graduates with honors from high school, who a few years later is unable to keep attending school because of poor academic performance.
Can that lead to a decline in hygiene, personal hygiene, for people with schizophrenia?
Yeah, so what you can see are the negative symptoms in that they just don't care and aren't as invested in their self-care. But what may also be happening is that they're just disorganized and preoccupied as well.
And could this lead to someone not caring for a pet that they bonded with? They just stop feeding or caring for the pet. Could that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, could be.
Now, have you seen people with schizophrenia who, prior to getting sick, were high academic achievers or high achievers in other areas?
Yes.
And anhedonia, is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be. You can also see it in some other disorders as well, but it is something you can see in schizophrenia. And that,
Right. I apologize.
it just means that something that people used to think was fun is no longer appealing or fun to them anymore. So you used to enjoy playing sports, and all of a sudden you're just not interested anymore.
What about slowing of movements?
Yes.
And what about maintenance of rigid or unusual postures?
Yes, you can see that as well.
And what about sitting for long periods of time without moving? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can. In normal interactions, you expect some hand motion, some gesturing, things like that. And so when somebody doesn't do that for hours on end, it could be a symptom of something.
Dr. Vincent, would you agree that for most mentally healthy people, it would be very difficult to sit motionless for 7 hours and not move unless you're directed to? Would that be difficult for people to do?
It's unnatural for people to do, right? If you're in a mentally well state, you're going to readjust, you're going to move, you're going to gesticulate, right? And so it is an indicator that there's something that's wrong.
Why is it that people with schizophrenia are able to sit for long periods of time without moving? Do we know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that. I will say, however, that just based on what we understand about the disorder, it could be that they are just so preoccupied with what's going on internally that they're not attending to the normal signals around, you should adjust in your seat, or you should drink water, or you should have something to eat.
What about distrust of others? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
So the distrust may tie with paranoia, which goes into the positive symptom category.
What does the term paranoia mean?
Paranoia is when you think people are trying to harm you or are talking negatively about you or trying to do something bad in some way when it's not actually grounded in reality.
And you recall reading witness statements from Kaylee Gallardo or testimony about Mr. Reales Dominguez believing people were saying things about him when they were out in public. Would that be an example of paranoia?
Yes, it would.
Dr. Vincent, what causes schizophrenia?
We know that there's a combination of biological and environmental factors, but we are not at the place in terms of science where we can say it's this particular gene. And we do understand that there are people who have a certain vulnerability that they're born with, who don't necessarily develop it, but there's this combination of the vulnerability plus the environmental factors.
Dr. Weiner spoke to the jury about something called the stress diathesis model of schizophrenia. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is that?
So the idea is that it's not just about what you're born with, but it's about what you're born with and what you're exposed to. And if you have that exposure in someone who already has that vulnerability, that's when the disease actually manifests.
And have there been any studies on the type of experiences that may make a person with that genetic predisposition more likely to develop schizophrenia?
Yes, so there are studies that look at traumatic experiences, adverse childhood experiences that have shown that as those go up, your risk of illness also goes up, and that includes schizophrenia as well.
And you have an expertise in adolescent and child psychiatry.
Yes.
What specific training did you receive that would be different than just a standard forensic psychiatrist that allows you to be an adolescent and a child psychiatrist?
So I did 2 additional years of training working exclusively with children, adolescents, families, and transitional age youth. And that's not just clinical training, but also coursework, lectures, conference attendances, and I had to pass an additional board exam demonstrating that additional knowledge too.
And do you work commonly, have you worked frequently with children and adolescents suffering from various mental illnesses?
Yes, children, adolescents, and transitional age youth. My first job out of residency was with an ACT team that sees almost exclusively people with schizophrenia and bipolar diagnoses, a lot of whom were being released from the correctional system. After that, I worked in a juvenile justice facility, so essentially jail for kids, and a lot of the youth there had mental health conditions, including psychotic disorders. In my current capacity at Morehouse, I supervise a fellow who works in a juvenile justice facility.
Can you slow down just a little bit?
Yes, I'm sorry. I supervise a fellow who works in the facility, so I'm continuing to do that work as a teacher. And I have also worked in public sector outpatient Medicaid youth mental health clinics where I've seen children, adolescents, and transitional age youth, some of whom do have psychotic disorders.
When you use the term transitional age youth, what age range are you referring to?
So those are the young adults, so, technically, legally an adult, but 2021, they're not like your average 30-year-old either, right? And so it's that age range between 18, 22, 23.
So assuming Mr. Reales Dominguez was 20 years old at the time of these charged offenses, that would be right in the middle of the range of the transitional age.
Correct.
When you talk about childhood trauma, can you give us some common examples of childhood trauma? What do you mean by that term? Is it just, I got spanked by my parents a few times? Is that what you referred to as childhood trauma, or is it something more?
So with trauma, you're actually looking for things that really undermine somebody's sense of safety and that had a lasting impact on them. And when I'm referring to it, there are multiple different kinds, right? But some common ones are child abuse, exposure to domestic violence, exposure to a family member who has used substances. It could be someone's immigration experience, depending on what that was like for them. Things like being teased or bullied, sexual abuse by other caregivers other than the parent. All of those could be traumatic experiences in childhood.
And this is a yes or no question, but did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez potential childhood trauma that he experienced?
Multiple, yes.
And I apologize, I may have just asked this, but is it generally accepted that childhood trauma increases a person's risk, increases the risk of someone predisposed to schizophrenia, of actually developing schizophrenia?
It is not only generally accepted, it's well documented and well studied.
What do you mean it's well documented and well studied?
That you have studies like the Adverse Childhood Experiences studies that show a very clear relationship that as you go up, the risk of schizophrenia increases, or that if you compare people with schizophrenia to a control environment, they're more likely to have the illness, or even if you look at people with schizophrenia, the more of those adverse childhood experiences they have, the more severe their experience with schizophrenia likely is going to be.
And can experiencing childhood sexual abuse, would that constitute trauma in your opinion?
Yes.
What if it's at a young age and the person doing it is not a family member? Can it still be traumatic?
Absolutely.
Witnessing domestic violence by one parent against another, can that be traumatic for a child?
Yes.
Now, you did discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez the circumstances in which he was smuggled into the United States.
Yes.
I'd like you to assume some facts. Assume that his father left El Salvador when he was approximately 1.5. And assume that his mother left El Salvador when he was about 3 years old. And they both went to the United States. And assume that he was left in the care of his grandmother after his parents left. Also like you to assume that for the next 3 to 4 years, his only contact with his parents was infrequent phone calls. I'd also like you to assume that when he was about 6.5, his family hired coyotes to smuggle him into the United States by himself. And assume that no family member went with him, just another person being smuggled who agreed to, quote, look after him. And you can assume that he was left at the border by himself and ended up in immigration detention by himself. And assume that he remained there for at least 2 to 3 months. And you can also assume that finally another family member came and got him and brought him to Oakland, where his parents were. And assume that he did not recognize them as his parents, that he recognized his grandmother as his parents, and that he did not trust them. And assume that for the next year he would repeatedly wet the bed. And also assume that because of his reaction, his grandmother came from El Salvador on a flight and stayed with him for approximately 6 months to ease his transition. And assume that his grandmother, after 6 months, returned to El Salvador and leaving him traumatized. That left him extremely upset. In your opinion, would those facts constitute childhood trauma?
Multiple.
Why do you mean that? What do you mean by multiple?
So children are dependent on adults to help them feel safe, to help them feel cared for, to make sure that they have basic things that they need. And so for a child, separation from a primary caregiver is one of the most traumatic things that they can experience. With that set of facts, there was the separation from a mother who was a primary caregiver at one point, and then separation from a grandmother who was a primary caregiver. When someone goes through a traumatic experience, especially a child, it's important that there's an adult there who can explain what is happening, give them a sense of safety, reassure them. And as he was experiencing those things at the border, he didn't have those things. So not only was he in a strange environment, he was alone, and he didn't have the people he would normally rely on to help him understand what was happening around. From there, he goes to a family that is his biological family that does care about him. However, they're not familiar to him. And after a trauma happens, ideally, you keep as much stable as possible. In this case, he went through these traumatic events and was in a different country where people were speaking a different language, and didn't have access to that person who had been his primary caregiver as long as he could remember. And so it wasn't just that there were the traumas, but it was that he didn't have the supports in place that ideally would be in place to help him understand, process, make sense of, feel safe after all of those traumas happened as well.
So, having experienced that trauma, if Mr. Reales Dominguez did have a genetic predisposition to schizophrenia, would that trauma make it more likely that he would ultimately develop schizophrenia?
Absolutely.
Now, is the stress diathesis model of schizophrenia, is that accepted among reputable psychiatrists as the best explanation we have based on the evidence and research at this time?
Yes.
Are there other historically, have there been many crazy explanations for what causes schizophrenia? Rephrase. Historically, have there been other explanations for what causes schizophrenia?
Yes.
And are these explanations currently accepted by professionals within the psychiatric community?
You know, you can never say there's not one. But I would say as a rule, people understand that it is a gene-environment interaction and that there is a biological basis to the disorder, but that environment and social determinants of health are critical as well.
Can you give us some examples of some of these historic explanations that are no longer considered valid?
Sure. So at one point the thought was it was the cold mother that caused the problems.
So in other words, people with warm mothers don't develop schizophrenia, but people with cold mothers do.
Or if you developed it, then it was because it was your mom's fault.
And did this result in a lot of mothers being told that they were the fault of their child developing schizophrenia, this past belief?
I would think so, yes.
Is there any scientific basis for the notion that having a cold mother causes you to develop schizophrenia based on the research and studies we have today?
So based on what we have today, we know that childhood neglect is an adverse childhood experience or a traumatic experience. So it could be one of the things that is traumatizing someone that then increases their risk. But this idea that a mother's parenting in and of itself is the only thing that is solely responsible for a diagnosis is not something that is a commonly held belief within the field, not just psychiatry, but mental health professionals across the board.
Are there fringe theories out there by people about other potential causes of schizophrenia?
Absolutely.
So if someone were to go on the internet and go into Google and look at causes of schizophrenia, will they see articles written by who knows who about some of these fringe theories?
Of course.
Are those fringe theories accepted by I can never say never, but the professionals who you work with within the psychiatric community, are those fringe theories accepted by them?
No.
Dr. Vincent, are you familiar with articles on the internet that purport to be offer expert information about psychiatry?
I know they exist. I can't say that I read them myself.
Are there articles on the internet that are completely baseless based on the evidence and research that we have today?
Yes.
I want to talk about some other symptoms of schizophrenia.
Let me stop you there since you've transitioned. Dr. Vincent, thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to continue it this afternoon. And we start up at 1:30, so if you're here a few minutes before that, we can get started on time.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. To the jury, our midday break, three-part admonition: do not discuss the substance of this case, do not form opinions, and do not research, and we'll see you in the afternoon session. Thank you, everyone. Off record.
PowerPoint presentation by Brian Chase summarizing findings regarding the cell phone data analysis?
Yes.
Did you review that?
Yes.
Did you review photos of Mr. Reales Dominguez that were taken in court both before he was placed on medication and after he returned from the state hospital?
Yes.
Did you review a YouTube video that showed Mr. Reales Dominguez in high school communicating and interacting with other high school students?
Yes.
The body camera recordings and the interview that you reviewed, who provided you those copies?
You did.
And did I initially, did I provide you with a copy of the preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes.
And in that preliminary hearing transcript, did multiple police officers testify?
Yes.
And did you review that preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes.
Did I provide you with the police reports initially?
No.
Now, ma'am, when you review body cameras or reports, do you charge an hourly rate?
Yes.
At some point, did Mr. Vanderhook from the district attorney's office reach out to you in April this year by email and ask you to consider other materials?
Yes.
And did he want you to consider other materials for you to review them?
Yes.
Did he offer to pay you to review those materials?
No.
What did he say about payment in his email to you?
What I remember is him verifying that I wasn't charging him.
So he wanted you to do it for free?
I'm not sure what he wanted, but he didn't offer to pay for it.
Did Mr. Vanderhook, did you agree to accept materials from Mr. Vanderhook?
Yes.
Did he email you or upload onto a file materials for you to review?
Yes.
Did you review those materials?
Yes. Now, I made sure that there was agreement between both legal sides about what exactly I should review.
By agreement, you meant you wanted to make sure. Did you ultimately review everything Mr. Vanderhook sent you?
Yes.
And who is going to be paying that bill for the materials you reviewed at Mr. Vanderhook's request?
Your office.
Did you review the police reports that Mr. Vanderhook sent you?
Yes.
Reviewing those police reports, did it impact your opinion in any way?
No.
Having reviewed the police reports, did you feel it was necessary to review the police reports in addition to the preliminary hearing?
No. However, I would say it was more so because I had the videos to watch and see for myself. They were really helpful.
Why is it important to watch the videos as opposed to a summary of the report?
So a summary is just that. It is key points based on that recorder's interpretation of what happened, whereas a video I get to watch and see for myself. And as a mental health professional, there are things that I may pay attention to that whoever wrote that summary may not.
But having reviewed the report and the videos, did you notice anything unusual about a report summarizing the 7-hour interview?
Juxtaposing what I was able to see and observe versus the report, there are things I noticed that were very striking to me. The fact that there was no hand gestures for hours on end, that he barely shifted in his seat for hours on end. His affect, the way that he was just kind of staring ahead. Those are all things that were really important to me as a mental health professional as I watched the video. A lot of that wasn't reflected in the report.
And if you recall, did you review a report written by an author named Steve Ramos where he attributed statements that Mr. Reales Dominguez allegedly made in that video which you didn't see in the video, or you didn't hear in the video?
Yes. So what I saw in the video was a lot of leading statements and closed-ended questions that Mr. Reales Dominguez may have said yes to, but then would contradict himself later or outright say, I didn't do it. And so what was in the summary, didn't seem to reflect what I saw in the video in terms of his confusion, his inconsistency, and the fact that a lot of these so-called statements were really responses to leading closed-ended questions after he'd been in a room, not moving, not gesticulating, not changing his voice for hours.
We're going to get back to that interview, but I'd like to talk about neuroimaging. What is neuroimaging?
So that is when people are able to use things like MRIs or CAT scans to see what is happening in the brain.
And over the past 50 years, how has neuroimaging changed how people view mental illness?
So what we've come to be able to do that we couldn't do, in the 1960s or 1970s, is actually have people complete tasks and see what parts of their brain light up, so to speak. So where is more blood flow going to? What part is using more glucose? And you've been able to do that with people who have diagnoses and people who don't, people who have trauma and people who don't, and actually visualize the differences, whether that is in brain volume, the size of ventricles or some of the holes in the brain that are naturally there, where there's more activity during certain tasks or not. And so it really has allowed for a way to visualize mental illness in a way that we really couldn't before.
I'd like to address some other symptoms of schizophrenia beyond just the positive and negative symptoms. Is it common to see weight loss in people who are suffering from schizophrenia?
Sometimes you do, because eating requires a certain level of organization. It requires you being in tune and listening to the signals that your body is sending you. And so if you are really psychotic, it may be that you can't organize yourself around eating and you don't even think about it.
We heard from Dr. Patricia Tyler that she had patients who would only eat food that was unopened. Have you ever seen anything similar to that?
Yes, and when I've seen it, it's been related to paranoia often, that they're worried that something has been done to the food, and so they only trust it if it's in an unopened package.
Now, when I use the term obsessive compulsive behavior, what does that phrase mean?
So obsessive compulsive behavior is when people are doing things and they keep doing them over and over again, and as an observer, it doesn't make sense to you. Like, there's no rhyme or reason as to why they're doing this thing. Now, people with obsessive compulsive personality disorders, it's because they're tying this behavior to some thought and it's not rational. With people who have schizophrenia, it could be that it's related to paranoia or some delusion, but it's just not something that you are aware of because it's something that is strictly in their head.
And a repetitive routine that a person with schizophrenia does over and over again, could that be considered obsessive compulsive type behavior?
It could be considered compulsive behavior. Whether it's obsessive or not would just depend on whether it is an obsession driving it or something that's a delusion.
What's the difference between obsessive and compulsive? I combined those two words, but could you explain?
So the obsession is the thought and the compulsion is the action.
So it may just be a compulsion. They're doing repetitive act for unknown reasons.
The compulsion could be tied to a delusion. So if I'm afraid that the government can read my thoughts and I'm putting tinfoil on the windows, the obsession is the government can read my thoughts. The compulsion is tinfoil on the windows.
Dr. Benson, what does the term florid psychosis mean?
It's just a way of signaling that someone is very actively psychotic, that this is a severe form of the illness that is in a largely untreated, or if not completely untreated state.
When we use the term florid psychosis versus active psychosis, do they have essentially the same meaning?
They do, but florid is, again, indicating that it is like severe. Because some people with schizophrenia, especially those who have had it for a long time, develop ways to go through life and deal with the voices and that sort of thing. So they could be actively psychotic, but still quite functional. Usually, if you're talking about someone with florid psychosis, they are significantly impaired. They're not able to go about their usual activities of living, and people who know them see a difference in them.
But the fact that a person with florid psychosis is able to complete some everyday tasks, such as selecting food at a grocery store, logging onto a computer, attending a class, turning on their cell phone, the fact that someone is able to accomplish those basic tasks, does that mean they're not in a state of florid psychosis?
You can absolutely have florid psychosis and still do things, especially things that are overlearned behaviors or things that you've done over and over again. So you've turned on a computer, you've turned on your phone, you've gone grocery shopping many, many times. So even if you have people who have brain injuries or maybe even early stages of dementia, right, they can still do those sorts of things. It's not that there's nothing wrong with their brain, but it's that they've just had so much practice and repetition doing that over time.
If a person is in a state of florid psychosis, can they still have periods when their speech, thoughts, and behavior is not as disorganized as it is at other times? In other words,
Wait, can you slow down just a little, please? Sorry.
if a person is in a state of florid psychosis, see, I do it too. If a person is in a state of florid psychosis, can they still have periods of time when their speech, thoughts, behavior is not as disorganized as it is at other times? In other words, for a few minutes, they may have a somewhat rational conversation, and then it deteriorates. Do you understand my question?
Yes, and it is possible, especially if you're talking about things that are concrete or right in front of them, are not complicated, or you're asking close-ended questions, yes, no, right? It's easy enough to look like you're okay in certain circumstances.
How does active psychosis impact perception and memory?
So when someone is psychotic and they are out of touch with reality, their ability to store what is happening in the moment is going to be compromised, right? And so if you can't store it correctly in the first place, it's going to make it hard to go back and retrieve it and understand it or make sense of it later.
And you're using the terms psychotic or psychosis. What do those terms mean?
So when you talk about someone being psychotic, there's some separation between what they're experiencing and what is reality.
After someone is treated for psychosis, placed on medication, how can that impact their memory?
So when we talk about memory, we're not just talking about what somebody has in their head. We're also talking about their ability to retrieve that information, articulate it, and communicate it to you. And when someone is actively psychotic and untreated, every step of that is going to be harder to do. As they get treated and their thoughts are more organized, they can speak more, they can put thoughts together themselves, they may be better able to tell you about things that happened in the past. There could still be gaps, but at least their brain at that point is able to put two and two together in a way that it couldn't before.
Once a person is stabilized on medication, how are they able to distinguish between what memories were hallucinations or delusions and what may have been reality?
So over time, as people are treated, as they go through therapy, as they get feedback about what a hallucination is, what a delusion is, as they get feedback and more understanding about their diagnosis, they develop what is called insight. And that is their ability to recognize and understand what has been going on with them. Initially, it's not something that you expect people to have. And some people develop it, some people don't, and people develop it to varying degrees. But if someone is treated, as they get better, in retrospect, they know the government couldn't look in my house and the tinfoil wasn't doing anything, but in the moment they didn't know that, right? So as they're treated, as they get more in touch with reality, between that, the psychoeducation that happens in the treatment process, and the fact that their own thoughts are more coherent, they can understand more.
Do some people with schizophrenia, even after being medicated for a substantial period of time, not express much emotion, visibly express emotion?
Yes, so with schizophrenia, the negative symptoms, and by negative, things that should be there but that are not. Our medications just aren't as good at treating the negative symptoms. And so we can really effectively often treat hallucinations, paranoia, delusions, but that doesn't mean that someone's completely back to their baseline or their normal selves, or that they're completely functioning without any deficits. The ones that are stickier for us, that are harder for us to treat, and that also are associated with greater impairments in function, actually, in the long term, are the negative ones, the things that should be there that are not. Their brain isn't thinking as quickly as it was before. They don't produce as much speech. They're not as expressive. They're not as interested in relationships. And those things can persist even if medication is working, even if somebody is compliant and doing everything that they are being asked of by their providers.
So does the fact that someone who's medicated doesn't express emotion, does that mean they don't care and they don't feel any emotion?
Not at all. What that means, or what that can mean, is that the disease, the disorder, is getting in the way of that emotion showing up in a way that you can recognize it. Because we're all trained to recognize emotions in people who, for the most part, don't have disorders like this. And so what can happen is that lack of emotional expression can be misinterpreted as disinterest or a lack of remorse or callousness, when it really is that the illness just doesn't allow them that full range of expressivity.
You already spoke about your observations of the negative symptoms that Mr. Reales Dominguez was exhibiting when you met with him in August of 2024. At that point, did you personally observe any positive symptoms that Mr. Reales Dominguez was exhibiting after being on medication for 1 year?
Not at that time.
In reviewing the materials, the witness statements, and the prior testimony, what symptoms of schizophrenia did you find evidence for, basically in the 2 years leading up to the charged offenses and during that same period?
So there were hallucinations, there were delusions, there was disorganized behavior, and there were negative symptoms as well.
And we went through a bunch of negative symptoms. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Reales Dominguez was exhibiting multiple negative symptoms of schizophrenia? Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
Dr. Benson, what is the term malingering? What does that mean?
Malingering is when someone is either making up mental health symptoms or exaggerating them for external gain. And that external gain could be money, like in a civil suit, or it could be trying to get out of trouble in a criminal case.
In your clinical interview, did you see any evidence of malingering?
No. And in fact, Mr. Dominguez has certainly developed more insight over time, it appears, in reading his records. But there are still things that he does not fully grasp about his illness, about its impact on him. So if anything, he underreports rather than overreporting or exaggerating anything.
The fact that Mr. Reales Dominguez is on medication and his positive symptoms are under control, does that mean he no longer has schizophrenia?
He still has schizophrenia, and schizophrenia is one of the diagnoses that if you meet criteria, most of the time it's a diagnosis that you will carry. It's not like depression, where as long as the symptoms go away, you no longer have it, or it's not on your chart anymore. Because of some of the long-term impacts you see with schizophrenia, it's one that is thought of as a chronic illness.
And except for extremely rare cases where a person with schizophrenia is in remission without medication, will Mr. Reales Dominguez have to take medication for the rest of his life?
In most cases, you do anticipate that medications will be required for a long, long time.
So is medication a cure?
It's not curative, it just treats.
I'd like to talk about the recordings you observed. Let's start with the recording of the 7-hour interview. Before we get to that, what is suggestibility? What does that term mean to you?
Suggestibility is when someone is able to shape your response by how they ask the question, or maybe because of a power dynamic between people.
Why is suggestibility important in a setting where someone is being interviewed by police?
So it's in an interview, you're trying to get accurate information, but someone who is at a power differential may want to just give information that they think the person in power wants to hear. So if you have somebody who is sick and is struggling, who is at a disadvantage because of age or because these people have a badge and a uniform and I don't, what you can have is that they start answering things in a way that they think the person wants to hear. So it goes from being what is truthfully that person's experience or their perceptions to saying yes to closed-ended questions and things like that.
Did you observe evidence of suggestibility in the police interview with Detectives Ramos and Mustardini?
Yes.
What did you observe?
There were multiple times where when they would ask him the question in an open-ended way, he didn't respond, or he would respond saying that he didn't do something. But when they asked the question again in a closed-ended way or repeated the question, then he would say yes or something like that.
And from your experience, do people with schizophrenia often find themselves in the criminal justice system for various reasons?
So there's absolutely an overrepresentation of people with serious and persistent mental illness like schizophrenia in the criminal justice system.
Do you think it's important for police officers and law enforcement to be educated on the symptoms of schizophrenia? Do you think that's important?
I think it would certainly be helpful given the overrepresentation.
Now, anything else about, in terms of suggestibility, the interview with Detective Muscardini and Detective Ramos that stands out to you?
So Mr. Reales Dominguez did not ask for water or food or a bathroom break for a very long time. And as you go on in a room where you don't have breaks or basic things you need, right, you're going to be more vulnerable to things like suggestibility, potentially.
What other symptoms, either positive or negative, did you see watching that more than 7-hour interview?
So there was a lack of emotional expression. There was a lack of hand gestures. You did not see his posture move. There were many times when he was asked questions and he seemed as if he was trying to cooperate. So everything they asked him to do, whether it was taking a swab or using his fingers for printing, like, he cooperated. But you could see that there were times when he was asked questions and he just didn't respond. And it seemed as if that was interpreted as, him willfully holding things back. When, as a mental health professional, I observed that as his brain just couldn't really generate the answers, which is why he could say yes or no or okay when somebody kind of spoon-fed him information. But when he was asked to spontaneously come up with answers on his own, he really struggled. And there were a lot of pauses, a lot of silences, a lot of times where he didn't respond to open-ended questions.
When you communicated or met with Mr. Reales Dominguez for 3 hours in August of 2024, is that how he verbally communicated?
Oh, he was much more able to tell me about things during my interview with him than he was during that interview.
Now, was this evidence, in your opinion, of disorganized thoughts, disorganized behavior?
It was evidence of that thought disorder that he had and what we call poverty of thought, which is it's just not there. So if he had disorganized thoughts, he couldn't articulate them for me to pick them up. But what I saw was that he really seemed to be trying to cooperate. And when it came to more mechanical things where he could cooperate, he did. But he just had a hard time putting words together.
I'd like you to assume some facts about that interview. I'd like to assume that he told the officers his mom's name was Varla and spelled it V-A-R-L-A when her name is Carla. I'd like you to assume that he told the officers he went to Castlemont High School, which he did, but he spelled it Castlement with an E instead of Castlemont. I'd like you to assume that he had given the address of 782 Hawthorne when it was actually he lived at 762 Hawthorne. Also, assume that he gave an email that was either accurate or close to accurate. He may have inversed a couple of letters. It was an email based on the name Carlos Reales Dominguez. Assume that he gave his correct phone number, but he said his phone wasn't active. And assume that he gave birthdays initially of October 10th, 99, then October 10th of 2001, when his actual birthday is October 5th of 2002. Assume that he gave the correct name of one of his roommates, Phil, who was a roommate, but he couldn't remember the other roommates' names and gave one name as Darren, who was not the name of his roommate. Assume that he initially said he did not have siblings, and later said he did have siblings, and those were the people who were closest to him. And you can also assume he used the name John Joes, both at the scene, and during the 7-hour interview. Okay. But you can also assume that on April 10th of 2023, on his first day in his English class, he used a different name on his test. We don't know what the name is, but it was a different name. And you can also assume that about a month prior to this interview, he had a very brief contact with a law enforcement officer in Davis where he used the name John Joas. Assuming all those facts, does the fact that he gave the incorrect information, in your opinion, is that clear that he's trying to be deceptive to conceal who he was, or could there be a different explanation for that?
There could definitely be a different explanation for that.
What explanation, in your opinion, could there be?
So with schizophrenia, the brain is the organ that's affected, right? You think about heart attacks, you think about diabetes, it's the heart that's impacted, it's the pancreas that's impacted. The brain is an organ, and just like those organs, sometimes it doesn't do the things that it's supposed to do. Since the brain is responsible for thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, when there's a problem with the brain, it's going to show up in terms of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And so it's not necessarily indicating that he's trying to deceive anybody. It could just be that it's a symptom of his organ, the brain, not working the way that you would expect it to.
Now, do you recall approximately an hour and a half into the interview after he's been accused of 2 murders, during a break, he got up, put on his hoodie, and tried to walk out the door saying he wanted to go for a walk? Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And do you recall the detective coming back, talking to him, asking what he was thinking about, again after he said schoolwork? Did that strike you as unusual?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why was that?
So if he understood the context of what was happening in that room, he would have understood they wouldn't just let him walk out, right? And most people, if they were in that kind of interrogation, being accused of those kinds of things, would be thinking about their trial or going to jail or going to prison or maybe even the death penalty. He wasn't even a student anymore, but he was in that room thinking about schoolwork.
Did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez really express any emotion during that interview?
I did not.
And even when he was told that he was being arrested for murder and faced a death penalty potentially, did he express any emotion?
None that I could see.
Is that lack of an emotional response consistent with someone suffering from schizophrenia?
Absolutely. Or some mental health condition that is serious.
Did you observe that during this interview, except when he was told to move, he sat with a rigid posture without moving at all? Did you observe that?
I did. Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with someone exhibiting a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall throughout the interview at least one officer repeatedly telling him to look at me, look at me?
Yes.
Is that lack of eye contact, except when ordered to look, is that consistent with someone exhibiting a symptom of schizophrenia?
Absolutely could be.
Now, Dr. Vincent, in your report, you indicated that until the onset of his psychotic illness, Mr. Reales Dominguez had displayed remarkable resilience. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
He had gone through a lot of traumatic experiences, separation from a primary caregiver, abuse, being around violence, having to learn another language, being in some ways a caretaker for his younger siblings, navigating school and excelling there without a lot of parental support, kind of bearing the knowledge of his status, his immigration status on his own and figuring that out as well. And had managed to go through school and graduate with distinction and be elected to a class office and get into a college. And so he was showing that despite all of these traumas, he could, achieve.
Did his past achievements show an independent nature, for lack of a better word?
Yes, and in some ways he had to be, right? His parents were working a lot. He was entrusted with caring for his younger siblings. Early on in life, he was separated from the person he had relied on most. And And so he developed a way of figuring things out for himself in a lot of ways.
But did that independent nature that he developed, did that in any ways make him more susceptible to not getting help when he became ill?
So I think that was one of the contributors. As someone who was always, what he described to me was being self-conscious about his immigration status and what that could mean for him. He had to be careful about who he talked to and who he told what, and that was how he went through his entire life here. So that was a piece of it. He also was someone who had been pretty successful at figuring things out without a lot of help and on his own. He'd gotten some help from people in high school, but had really navigated quite well a lot of different places and systems. And so he rightfully so, I think, had confidence in his ability to figure things out. The other element of this is that because the brain is the affected organ, that's the brain that would help you observe, that would help you know that something's wrong, and it was impacted. And so it can be very hard for people, especially with a first break, where this is the first time happening and they haven't been down this road before, to know what's happening in real time.
Now, Dr. Vincent, just want to discuss the records you reviewed. You reviewed records from multiple psychiatrists at Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
And you've already testified you reviewed the testimony and notes from Dr. Patricia Tyler?
Yes.
You reviewed a report from a neuropsychologist, Dr. Dale Watson?
Yes.
And you reviewed the report from Dr. Sheila Weiner?
Yes.
You also reviewed a report from Dr. Reed, a forensic psychologist.
Yes.
And just clarify, what is the jury's heard the word used interchangeably yesterday. What is the difference between psychology, psychiatry, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist?
So psychologists go the graduate school route, so they have a PhD or a PsyD. So they have a terminal degree, but they did research, they had a thesis, it was coursework based, and they also have clinical experiences. And their licensure process is at the state level, and some of them get board certified, but not as many as psychiatrists do. For psychiatrists, we go through medical school, and so there's 4 years of medical school. That's the same whether you're a surgeon, a psychiatrist, an OBGYN, a pediatrician, but your specialty training occurs during residency. So after medical school, you choose which specialty you're going to go into, and then you do psychiatric residency training. So I did, in my case, 6 years of training in psychiatry specifically after medical school, and that entailed clinical care, psychotherapy, psychopharmacology, coursework, and getting supervised by people who are more senior than I am.
And do psychologists often do some testing that psychiatrists may not do as frequently?
Yes.
So is it valuable to read reports from both psychiatrists and psychologists who have evaluated Mr. Reales Dominguez?
It is helpful, and I would also add social workers and people who are just treating people in a facility. So the social workers at the jail, their reports and observations were really important as well.
Having reviewed all those reports, all the people who examined Mr. Reales Dominguez, does anything stand out to you?
Yes.
What is that?
The convergence of opinions about what was going on with this young man, that people consistently saw that he had a psychotic disorder, that he was severely ill, and especially early on, that he didn't understand what was going on and needed medication. I have, I'd say this is probably my 6th or 7th NGRI case, and I have never seen this kind of convergence on a case before, where everyone agrees that we are looking at someone who is in an active state of psychosis.
And by convergence, you mean you have multiple experts and they all agree?
And not just experts, right? Because sometimes people can undermine or look sideways at experts because they are getting paid, right? The people in the jail who weren't on one side or the other, the people in the state hospital who weren't on one side or the other, all saw that this young man had schizophrenia or a schizophrenia type disorder.
And how many NGRI cases have you worked on in your career?
I'd estimate at least 6 or 7.
And of all those cases, you have not seen as much convergence as you have in this case.
Not like this case.
Dr. Vinson, I want to ask you a few final questions. In your expert opinion, based on everything you reviewed, was Mr. Reales Dominguez in a state of floored psychosis at the time of the charged offenses in this case?
Yes, he was.
In your opinion, was he, at the time of the charged offenses, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thoughts and behavior?
Yes, he was.
And in your opinion, did these hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thoughts and behavior substantially impact his perception of reality and his thought processes at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes, it did.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct examination. Mr. Vanderhook, Cross.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned a medication that Mr. Dominguez is taking during the wreck. You said olanzapine.
Yes.
And what are the side effects of olanzapine?
It can have side effects of sedation. It can also cause dysregulation in blood sugar, blood cholesterol, weight gain, things like that.
Can it be associated with improvements in verbal memory?
Say that again?
Can it be associated with improvements in verbal memory?
So if someone had difficulty remembering things because of untreated schizophrenia and the olanzapine treats the schizophrenia, then yes. If you give it to somebody who doesn't have schizophrenia, it's not going to improve their memory.
It can have impairment effects on spatial memory and executive function.
What's your question?
Olanzapine, can it impair a person's spatial memory and executive function?
So again, it's going to depend, right? So if you have someone who, because of their illness, has deficits in those issues, it could make those things better. If you have someone who doesn't have those issues because of their illness, but they're sedated by the medication, then it could make those things worse.
What's delta-9 THC?
Delta-9 THC?
Yes.
So marijuana, is that what you're asking about?
I'm asking about the compound delta-9 THC. What does it have to do with cannabis?
Objection off the scope.
Sustained.
Doctor, as part of your job, is it necessary that you're familiar with effects of certain compounds on the human body?
Yes.
And did you review reports related to different chemical compounds?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Doctor, you wrote in your report the different things that you reviewed as part of your evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And on the list, as number 24, you reviewed a toxicology report, correct?
Let me just refresh my memory. Yes.
All right, and it discusses delta-9 THC, right?
I don't remember.
If it did, is that important?
If it was relevant to my opinion, I would have included it in the report.
Okay. So then you don't believe that report is relevant to your opinion?
If it was relevant to my opinion, I would have included it in the report.
Is it included in your report?
No.
So, first questioning about different theories of what causes schizophrenia or what leads to schizophrenia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There was talk about fringe theories or crackpot theories and that sort of thing. Do you remember that?
I don't know that he used the word crackpot, but I do remember fringe.
All right. And are you familiar with the biopsychosocial model?
Yes.
And what is that?
So it is a way of thinking about illness and health, really, where you are considering biological aspects of who somebody is, psychological aspects, so their self-concept, the way they deal with stress, their coping mechanisms, and social things, so things going on in their lived environment and that are around them.
So this model has more of an emphasis on social factors, correct?
More compared to what?
The diathesis stress model.
No, that's not correct.
Are they the same model then?
They're not the same model, but I would not say that one has more of an emphasis or the other, both of them included.
But they're different models that different people use, correct?
They're different models, but they're not that distinct, actually.
Despite being a different model, is it fringe?
The biopsychosocial model?
Yeah.
No.
And are you familiar with the neurodevelopmental model?
Yes.
Is that a fringe model?
No.
Okay, what is that?
So that is the idea that how the brain is developing or growing is what is going to result in the issues that you see with their mental health. Now, I will make it clear that it's not as if you can't have one or the other, right? So the neurodevelopmental aspects of it can be incorporated into the biological part of the biopsychosocial. So again, they're not as distinct as some might make you believe.
And so, but it's a separate model than the diathesis stress model?
Again, there are similar elements there. So with the diathesis stress model, you're looking at kind of what that individual person brings into a situation, and their developmental context and issues are part of what they're bringing into the situation.
Right. And so there are some psychiatrists that would adhere to the neurodevelopmental model, and some that might adhere to the biopsychosocial model, and some that might adhere to the diathesis stress model, and none of them would be fringe, correct?
What? Can you say that? I'm sorry.
So we've talked about 3 different models. Psychiatrists could adhere to any one of those models and not be fringe, correct?
What I would say is that most people understand that there is overlap and synergy between those models and don't operate out of a pure, we only use this one and we don't think about the other ones.
Right. And are you familiar with second hit theory?
No.
Are you familiar with the theory that talks about having early developmental trauma and late developmental trauma, and that having both early and later developmental trauma can lead to increased risk for schizophrenia?
Yes. Now, I will say that goes back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of adverse childhood experiences, multiple traumas. Again, sometimes people call things different things, but it's basically the same concept.
All right. And so if someone adopted that, would they be fringe?
Again, I don't know who this someone is or what else they're putting with it, but the element of the more traumas you have, the higher your risk is something that is generally accepted.
And under the diathesis stress model, it talks about factors that are believed to contribute to causing schizophrenia, correct?
So again, we are not in a place where we can say this one thing is the cause. What we can say is when people have these things happen to them or these things are part of their life, their risk goes up. But it's not as if everyone who has this one experience ends up developing schizophrenia.
Right, so diathesis stress talks about a genetic predisposition combined with stressors as being something that creates risk for developing schizophrenia.
Or other conditions, yes.
And there are some people that have both the genetic predisposition and stress and never develop schizophrenia, correct?
Well, again, it's increased risk. So it's not, you're absolutely going to have it, but the risk goes up. So we understand that there aren't just risk factors, there are also protective factors. And so some people may have a lot of risk factors, but may also have protective factors that mitigate the risk from those factors.
And there are some people that have no risk factors that do ultimately develop schizophrenia, correct?
It's hard to say no risk factors, but I will say there are some people who have fewer identified risk factors who end up developing it.
All right, and so all these are models that people use to talk about schizophrenia, but we don't truly know with certainty what causes schizophrenia, correct?
We cannot pinpoint an exact cause, correct?
And so, with respect to your testimony, do you maintain a website where you post about the services that you offer?
Yes.
And is one of the claims made on that website that your examinations and your evaluations can withstand any cross-examination?
I don't think that I said that.
Okay, is that a claim that's made on the website though?
Again, I don't think I said that. Now, I may have had an attorney who hired me who hired me say that as feedback about me, but again, I don't think that I say that.
The website doesn't say that you provide opinions that will withstand scrutiny of cross-examination?
That's not the question that you asked.
Okay, does your website say that?
It does say that.
Okay, thank you. And there was a question about payment and how much you're being paid. How much are you being paid?
$500 an hour.
And by the end of your work, can you give a prediction with any degree of accuracy of how many total hours you will have done for this case?
It's been about 80 so far.
And so it should be about 80 by the time that you're done with this testimony?
I think so.
Okay, so I'd like to talk to you about the things that you relied on in forming your opinion. And you have a bibliography of the different things that you referenced, correct?
So I included the materials that I received for this case, but I also make it a point to say, and it's in my report, that I rely on 6 years of training after medical school, being in this field for 12 years at this point, all of my CME, all of my courses, all of my professional development, and my clinical experience treating people with significant and genuine illness when I'm coming to my opinions.
But as far as where you're getting the facts of the case, you have that bibliography, correct?
Where I'm getting the facts of the case, yes, with the exception of the things that Mr. Hutchinson mentioned that I received after the report was drafted.
Understood. And so you discussed during your direct examination viewing the video of the police interrogation with Mr. Dominguez. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then on page 3 of 45 of your report on item 13, you list that you reviewed a transcript of the final interrogation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there somewhere on the bibliography where you list viewing the video of the interrogation?
There are a lot of documents. I'm just refreshing my memory. So that is not listed, but it is something I have since reviewed.
Understood. Did you review it before or after drafting your report?
I don't remember.
But that's not something that I provided to you, correct?
No.
And if you had reviewed it before preparing your report, would it be listed in the bibliography for your report?
Well, sometimes you make omissions. There's 29 things listed there, so I may have just left it out, but I did review the video.
Correct. And so you also list that you reviewed body camera recordings of the detention of Mr. Dominguez, and that you reviewed Officer Gonzalez's body camera and Officer Story's body camera. Do you remember reviewing those cameras?
Yes.
And did you review the body camera of Detective Muscadini, who was with Detective Yu, and their detention, or continuation of that detention and their contact with Mr. Dominguez?
I think that was one of the ones I received later.
Okay, so when you did your initial report, it's not something that you reviewed, but it's something that you were sent.
Again, I think it was one of the ones I did later. But they were all showing the same scene, just from different angles.
Right, but the body camera from Detective Muscadini is later in time than the one from Officer Story and Gonzalez, right?
Yes.
So that was something I sent you as well?
I think so, yes.
Objection in the States. I sent it.
Okay, all right, we'll let the attorneys work it out. Anyway, she got it.
You got it from someone.
I got a lot of videos.
You got it from someone and you looked at it.
Yes, I did look at it.
Now, when you did your initial evaluation, though, you didn't review any police reports, correct?
Correct.
And so just, I want you to, as a hypothetical, imagine that we had another psychiatrist in here who told us about how it's important to review police reports. How do you reconcile that?
Well, in this case, I had video of the police and what happened. I also had a hearing transcript where I could see what the police said about what happened. And so the point of reviewing the police report is to understand the police's perspective of what took place. I had other things that could give me the police's perspective of what took place. And in my opinion, the video is actually more helpful because opinions and perspectives are always filtered, whereas with the video, I can see for myself.
And relating to the transcripts, you reviewed transcripts of prior proceedings, correct?
Yes.
And in your report, you describe information that you received from those transcripts from a statement Mr. Hutchinson was making in court. Do you remember describing that in your report?
Could you show me what you're referring to, or tell me what you're referring to?
I guess, because I'm confused. Thanks. Thanks, folks. Feel free to stand and stretch. Off the record. Okay, back on the record. Thank you, counsel, for walking me through something that I wasn't really clear on, and so I appreciate that. I think we have an understanding, and you wanted to ask Mr. Vanderhoek about something in Dr. Vincent's report, right? And you're going to tell Mr. Hutchinson specifically where that is, and then feel free to ask about it.
Starting on page 8 of her report. And we're talking about the first paragraph on it. First paragraph only on that report.
And so maybe the witness wants to read that paragraph then in the focus.
I've read it.
Okay, and so it has to do with things that Mr. Hutchinson was saying during a statement in court, correct?
Yes.
And he's talking about symptoms or things that were observed about Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that finders of fact are instructed that statements by attorneys are not evidence.
That is outside of my scope.
Okay, is this something you relied on?
It was a summary of the transcript. So in my reports, I'm clear this is the summary of the source of information, but my opinions aren't until later. But this is one of the things that I reviewed.
Okay. Are you comfortable with this concept that statements by attorneys are not evidence? And that
I'm gonna check 352, Your Honor, outside scope.
No, overall, go ahead.
are you comfortable with that statements by attorneys are not evidence?
Yes.
All right, and I want to talk about other things that you reviewed. You reviewed something called it's got a long title that starts with an appellate defender's guide. On item 14.
Yes.
And that's a defense-oriented material about this type of evaluation.
Yes.
Did you review any prosecution-oriented materials related to this type of evaluation?
No.
In your role at your work, are you an advocate?
Which work?
Your work as an author and similar type roles. Not necessarily this case, but in your other work.
As an author in similar type roles. I would say definitely as a chair of a department, I am an advocate. As a child psychiatrist, I am one. As someone who cares for marginalized populations, absolutely.
What, can you say that again?
As someone who takes care of marginalized populations.
And so you've written extensively about your role as an advocate, correct?
I don't think I've written extensively about my role as an advocate.
Okay. Did you write some chapters for a book titled Social Injustice and Mental Health?
Yes, I did.
And one of those chapters was titled Social Injustice and the Carceral System.
Yes.
And another chapter was titled Social Justice and Advocacy.
Yes.
You authored an article titled The Collaborative Advocate, Psychiatrist's Role in Addressing Criminal Legal Involvement.
Yes.
And in that, the opening statement to that, you wrote, the punitive involvement of individuals with serious mental health illnesses in the legal system remains a disturbing reality. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you believe that people with serious mental illness should not be in the criminal justice system?
So what that is referring to is the over-criminalization of mental illness and the fact that people with mental illness often end up in the system. That does not say that people who have committed crimes should not be punished or should not be in the system. But all of those writings that are being referred to talk about how this is a group that is vulnerable, that is marginalized, and that ends up in the system disproportionately.
Right. And that's something that you advocate for, correct?
I don't advocate for them to be in the system disproportionately. I advocate for them to be able to get care and treatment and hopefully stay out of the system.
I understood that. That's a cause that you, a topic that you have advocacy in, correct?
Yes.
And when it comes to materials that you relied on, did you conduct tests such as an MFAST or an SRS-2?
No, however, I did see that other people had conducted those, and after you do a test, you shouldn't keep doing it.
So I'm going to pause you there. I want to ask you, you did do an interview with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
A clinical interview, yes.
And what's a clinical interview in general terms?
So again, going through aspects of their history, seeing what they report to you, but also what they show you, and based on that, determining what signs or symptoms of mental illness they have or what conditions you think match what you're seeing.
And so that clinical interview was on August 26, 2024, correct?
Refresh my memory, yes.
And so, on page 41 of your report, I just want to make sure our formatting is the same.
Sure.
So paragraph 2 there starts with the words on the, do you see that?
Yes.
So is this describing statements that you got from Mr. Dominguez during that August 26, 2024 interview?
Yes, so this whole section, so there's a section starting on page 34 that says interview with Carlos Dominguez, and it specifies there that all the information in that section, unless otherwise stated, was provided by him.
Right, and I just want to nail down the date. That's the August 26, 2024 interview, correct?
Yes,
And so you said it starts on page 34?
the section that summarizes my interview with him, yes.
Perfect. And then on what page does the summary of the August 26, 2024 interview stop?
So the summary of what he reported to me stops on page 42. The mental status exam is also information from that interview, but rather than it being reliant on what he told me, it's about what I, as the mental health professional, observed about his attitude, his behavior, his demeanor, how he was telling me things. So the mental status exam part of it is more about what I'm seeing or observing.
Okay, and is this the only in-person interview you had with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
And so on the August 26, 2024 date, Dr. Weiner and Dr. Reed have not done their evaluations yet, correct?
I'm not sure when they did theirs.
All right, so just assume that they did theirs in November and or December of 2024. That's later in time than what you're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And so their MFAS and their SRS2 had not actually been done yet at the time that you did this interview, correct?
If that's when they did theirs, then no.
So at the time that you interviewed Mr. Dominguez, he'd been medicated for over a year, correct?
Yes.
And so an MFAS and an SRS2, those are to detect exaggeration of current symptoms, correct?
So those are psychological tests that are used to aid in the detection of malingering. So when people are exaggerating symptoms or things like that, no test is in and of itself diagnostic. Every test always has to be put into context. So with that caveat, yes, they are used for the purpose of helping to identify malingering.
And they're specifically trying to detect exaggeration of current symptoms, correct?
I'm not as familiar with the SIRS, but with the MFAS, I do think that is correct.
All right, and so even if you had conducted that test on your August interview, it wouldn't have a whole lot of purpose anyways, because you're not trying to determine whether or not he's malingering on August 26, 2024, correct?
That's not correct. Anytime that I do a forensic interview, I understand that there is something on the line, whether it is money in a civil case or freedom in a criminal case. And so as a forensic evaluator, that is one of the things that we learn in fellowship, that you are always thinking about the potential for malingering because you don't have a treatment provider relationship with them the way that you would in a clinical setting.
All right, and when you talked about fellowships, I remember you said you actually oversee a fellow?
Yes.
Can you just describe for me the importance of completing a fellowship and how it relates to having a good foundation to give opinions?
Sometimes it's important, sometimes it's not, frankly. So the fellowship gives you dedicated time and training to focus on something, but you can have people who don't do a formal fellowship, but who work with somebody who has expertise and still get that dedicated time and training. So fellowships tell you, yes, they did it, but just because somebody doesn't have a fellowship doesn't tell you that they haven't spent the time, effort, gotten supervision around developing areas of expertise.
So when your fellow is working on an evaluation, do you provide assistance? Do you oversee them? Do you supervise?
When I'm working with a fellow, it depends on how advanced the fellow is and what's being asked of them. So the level of supervision varies depending on the fellow, the setting, the acuity, the case, and where they are in training. I know that was a complicated answer, but that's the most accurate one.
apologize. I'm going to go back in time on a question. On page 1 of your report, you talk about a waiver of confidentiality, and you discussed that prior to Mr. Dominguez being interviewed, you discussed a waiver of confidentiality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was that prior to conducting your August 26, 2024 interview?
Yes.
Okay, and so you did that interview with Mr. Dominguez in August of last year, and then your report is dated March 18th of this year. Why the delay between doing the report, or doing the interview, and drafting a report?
That's not atypical, especially when things are at this stage of a trial. As forensic evaluators, we have the initial evaluation. Sometimes we need to go back and do another one. We may do follow-up interviews with family. There may be more records that come in. I may have other cases that are going to trial or the end of an academic year. So any number of things can cause a delay. And sometimes, as a consultant, I write after we decide that they for sure want to use a report that I'm going to write.
And so how do you make sure that you have the information correct when you're writing a report about an interview that took place more than half a year ago?
So again, it's common practice for us in medicine. We are always taking notes. We're always documenting. I type pretty quickly, and so I'm able to take down what people are telling me during an interview, and so I take very thorough notes.
And so you have written notes from that still then?
Typed notes. Sometimes when I'm writing the report, I will actually overwrite those notes in the process. I can't remember if I overwrote those notes or not.
So you're not sure if you still have notes for this case now?
They may be overwritten for the report. I'm just not positive, because sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Do you record the interview at all?
No.
And would recording be kind of the best way to preserve the information?
Objection. You cannot record an interview in the Yolo County Jail. It's a misstatement of the law.
Did you ask anyone if you could record an interview?
No.
Were you aware of what was just said until it was just said?
No.
So there's no recording?
There is no recording that I'm aware of.
So when you drafted your report, you had the reports from Dr. Weiner and Dr. Reed to look at and examine before you made your report, correct?
So when I first started, I'm not sure if I had both of those actually when I first started drafting. So it's a 45-page report. So you start it, you draft it, you come back to it. And I'm just not positive when in the process of doing that I received those. So I definitely had them by the time I finished the report, but I don't know that I had them when I first started drafting.
Okay. And so there were definitely things that were considered in your final report?
Yes.
And they're listed in your bibliography?
Yes.
And so I just want you to imagine for a moment that we had another psychiatrist in court who talked about the importance of siloing yourself off from other people's opinions before giving your opinion. Can you reconcile that with what's going on?
Sure. So just because I considered it in my opinion does not mean that it was necessary for me to form my opinion. And any opinion that I give is within a degree of medical certainty, and that is based on all of the information that I have. So even prior to drafting the report, I had formed an opinion as to what I thought was going on with him, if I thought he was floridly psychotic at the time, and if I thought he had genuine illness. I had opinions about those things before I received those reports. What those reports did is say, hey, we're all seeing the same thing, but they didn't change what I thought, and they certainly weren't necessary for me to come to the opinions that I did.
So on the record, you talked about different symptoms that you observed, or what different symptoms might mean. Do you remember talking about what staring off into space might mean?
Yes.
And you discussed then that it may mean that the person is hallucinating. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes,
Could be other things that are related to mental illness or schizophrenia.
it could, yes.
And so staring off into space doesn't necessarily mean hallucinations, though.
As I said at the time, it could be.
And so when you're forming your opinion, and we talked about factual information, is one of the sources of factual information that you rely on in your interview with the person you're writing the report about.
One of them, yes.
And it's fairly important.
Is the interview important?
Yes.
Yes. Now, I will say in some cases, depending on what the question is, interviewing the subject may or may not be. But in this case, it is important to interview him.
And so what controls do you put in place to make sure that you're receiving truthful information during these interviews?
So as a psychiatrist, I am not a lie detector. What my role is to see what symptoms they give me. And as someone who has seen a lot of mental illness, treated a lot of mental illness, diagnosed a lot of it, seen schizophrenia in people who have no motivation to lie to me whatsoever, I am mapping what they're telling me, what they're showing me, what I'm seeing from them against what I've seen and known and treated as a practicing psychiatrist. And so it's not about me being an investigator, right? It's about me looking at what they're saying, listening to what they're saying, and seeing if that tracks in terms of genuine mental illness.
And so if someone is telling you information that appears to be in contrast or contradicted by other evidence in the case, do you confront them on inconsistency between what they're telling you and what the evidence is?
Sometimes I will, but sometimes I do not. It just depends on the situation.
How do you determine who has motivation to lie and who has no motivation to lie?
I wouldn't put it that way. What I will say is, as a forensic mental health professional, you have to go into each evaluation understanding that they are not your patient, you do not have a relationship with them, and that there is something that is on the line that could cause them to represent things one way or another.
Would you agree that someone who is facing murder charges would have serious motivation to lie?
I would agree that they could, yes.
And so that's something that you need to be aware of and cognizant of during your interview?
Yes.
Now, when someone is pending criminal charges, the very effect of having pending criminal charges can affect someone's mental state, correct?
Sure.
And so facing something like multiple murder charges is very stressful.
Yes.
And so just the stress of having pending charges can have an effect on how someone presents during the course of an interview, correct?
It can have an effect, yes.
Right. What measures do you take to control for you seeing effects of stress or issues with ongoing cases, and how do you read that out from other things?
So that is why those collateral interviews, reviewing those other sources of information are so important, right? Because those other sources of information are going to tell me things about how he was doing before he was facing those charges. So when people have noticed that his weight is going down, that his hygiene is going down, that his academic function is going down, even before the charges, what that tells me is that this is bigger than just the stress from a criminal case.
When you're doing your evaluation of a person, you're doing it usually long after a criminal offense is, when you're doing an evaluation in this type of context, you're doing it usually long after the offense has been committed, correct?
What do you mean by long after?
It's not like the next day. Here it was a year. Is that something that's fairly typical for this type of evaluation?
It's usually not going to be the next day. It depends. People have to understand the risks of talking to someone like me about what has happened. And if they don't understand those risks, then I can't see them until they do.
If a person is exposed to information about a case, provided facts or witness statements or videos, can seeing other sources of information that influence their own memory of those events?
Yes.
And you talked earlier about suggestibility. Is that a type of suggestibility?
It is one way that suggestibility can end up manifesting.
And so sometimes people can learn information from other sources, weave it into their own memory, and then end up believing that they actually remember that, correct?
It can happen.
And so if you're doing an evaluation long after an event, and you're evaluating someone who would have access to things like police reports describing the events, how do you control for that factor when you're doing your interview?
Well, it's not something that you can control for, right? But it's something you just have to consider. In a case like this, you have to balance the fact that he couldn't tell you a coherent story before. So he had to get treatment. He had to have time to get treatment. He'd been untreated for a long time. And me trying to interview him shortly after the event had happened would have been very low yield. And so you're trying to get the best situation you can, taking into account all of those things.
So you can't control for access to the police reports?
I'm not sure what you mean by control for access to police reports, but my answer is that you have to think about the benefits of trying to do it when somebody really can't tell you a coherent story versus after time when they may have had access to more things.
But when they've had access to more things, that could also have an effect on the story that they tell you, correct?
It could.
And so when they've had, what about having access to things like video recordings, recordings of interviews, video recordings of scenes and that sort of thing, that similarly have an effect on what they think they remember about what happened?
It could.
How do you control for someone who has some training or knowledge in the field of psychology or psychiatry?
So again, you can't control for things. These are people, not lab rats. But you take it into consideration, right? And so if someone has taken undergraduate courses, there may be some concepts that they're familiar with. I'm much more worried about somebody who is a clinical psychologist and able to administer tests, or someone who's gone through residency, than I am in someone who's taken a few undergrad classes.
Right. And are you familiar with what classes Mr. Dominguez has taken?
I don't know his exact courses from memory, but I do know that he was interested in psychology and biology.
And then he took psychology courses?
I do think he took some psychology courses.
Were you aware that he wrote a paper on the classification, or that Josh?
Facts, not in evidence.
Were you aware that he wrote a paper that addresses the classification system used by the DSM-5?
No.
Did you know that he, in the same paper, talked about an article discussing the frequency of stressful life events and associations with mental health?
You're asking about the paper I wasn't aware of?
Yeah. Are you aware that he has talked about that before in a college paper?
Object again, facts, not in evidence.
My understanding is a good faith belief that this will come into evidence, so I'll allow the question. I think she said she's not aware of the paper, so that answered it.
Okay, and so during your testimony, you talked about how stressful events can have a big impact on a person's psychological health, correct?
Yes.
And so someone who's writing about that and aware of that has some knowledge that the average person you're interviewing doesn't have, correct?
Yes.
And so in addition to interviewing a person and getting information from them, do you also consider the other sources that you were provided, like the transcripts, like the camera recordings, that sort of thing?
The transcripts, the camera recordings, the observations of people who were working at the jail. So while I couldn't see them immediately afterward, they did. The observations of people who were at the state hospital, again, people who are neutral, and who know what to look for and who know what genuine illness looks like. Those were all things that were considered.
And then in addition to that, have you considered testimony of people who have testified during the course of the trial?
Of this trial?
Yes.
No.
And have you considered statements by Kaylee Gallardo about the defendant reacting violently to other people?
What source are you referring to?
Kaylee Gallardo?
In what context?
And Mr. Dominguez attempting to attack him, that Mr. Dominguez believed that said something about him?
Was that during this trial?
Have you been given any information about that?
I can refresh my memory and see if that's in my report, but I don't,
If that would refresh your memory,
yeah.
with the court's permission?
Okay, so that is not something that is in my report.
Okay, and so if that was testimony, that would be different than what you considered, correct?
It's not in my report. I don't remember if it was in something that I reviewed or not, or if it's in something you're referring to that I don't have access to.
Were you aware that on April 19th of 2003, about 1 week before the killing started, that Mr. Dominguez attempted to contact Kaylee Gallardo and meet up with her?
I'm aware of that now, yes.
What do you mean by now? Like right now, or?
So I think that was one of the things that was in the police report.
Okay, so you weren't aware when you drafted your original report that you've been made aware of it prior to testifying today?
Of your specific statement, I think that I became aware of that with the police report. That there had been a breakup with a girlfriend I was aware of before.
Were you aware that he was trying to meet up with her again 1 week before the killings began?
No.
And on direct, you mentioned reviewing digital forensic information. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what the digital forensic information shows that Mr. Dominguez did on the night after the first killing?
The digital forensic information is not my area of expertise. My basic understanding of it was that it demonstrated a pattern of his phone being off and on at different times.
Were you aware that Mr. Dominguez went to Sycamore Park the very next night after the first killing?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Dominguez turned off his phone while in Sycamore Park the night after the first killing?
Again, I had a very basic understanding that is beyond my area of expertise. My basic understanding of it was that there were multiple instances of his phone dying or going off.
But were you aware that he specifically turned off his phone in the same park that he would later commit another killing in just 2 nights later?
Again, I don't know if the phone died or if he turned it off, and that is not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so you have no information about that?
I can't interpret it. All I can say is my basic understanding of it.
And so you reviewed preliminary hearing transcript, which included officers testifying about statements that they received from Dr. Massey, correct?
That sounds correct. Can you tell me what page you're referring to?
Sorry. Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the circumstances of the second killing?
Somewhat.
Are you familiar with the civilian who heard the commotion and came out to the park and saw Mr. Dominguez with the victim of the second killing?
I don't know what you mean by am I familiar with it.
I mean, are you sitting here today, Do you remember that information? Do you remember reviewing something that has to do with that?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the interaction that took place between that civilian and Mr. Dominguez?
That Mr. Dominguez made some strange statements and fled.
And are you aware that testimony in court is that Mr. Dominguez fled and then made statements to that civilian?
I'm not sure what happened when or what happened in court versus what I had, but
Okay, but if that was the case, that would be different than the impression that you had when you formulated this report.
it wouldn't change my opinion in any substantive way.
Would it be different than the information that you had when you formulated your report?
I think that, well, actually, let me refresh my memory because I think what the testimony was that it was statements and then running.
I want to see if I can find a page.
So I refreshed my memory, and what the transcript I received said was that it was the statements, then the running.
Okay, so running and then the statements is different than what you were understanding, correct?
Yes, but again, it's not something that would make or break my opinion.
And so one of the things that you reviewed was Mr. Dominguez's transcripts, correct? His UC Davis transcript?
Yes.
And in your report, you described that his, from the transcript, you can see that his grades began to decline, correct?
Yes.
The reality, his grades were always bad when he was in college. He was in danger of failing out of college from the very beginning, correct?
No, so you saw fluctuations that first year. They weren't great, but you saw fluctuations that first year. But after that, you did see a decline.
Were you aware that on the transcript that some of the grades that reflected are not actually the grade that was earned for that course?
No.
And were you aware that UC Davis offers an academic renewal program where people can take the course later and wipe out past old grades or past bad grades?
No, however, that's not uncommon. And even if somebody does that, it does tell you they had the wherewithal, the ability, the motivation to go do that and get that grade replacement.
Okay, thank you. You have a few more questions, I think.
I do, Your Honor.
Yeah, just to feed it up.
I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, I got that sense, and then a few for the other side. Okay, great. Dr. Benson, thank you for your patience with the court. Well, we're going to take a mid-afternoon break, and we'll resume your testimony in 15 minutes.
All right, thank you.
And to the jury, thank you, and I'll see you back. Remember the three-part admonition. Thank you for your break. Thank you, counsel. Off record.
down.
And do you know what items he had with him or anything like that?
No.
Mr. Karim Abou Najm, do you know how far into Sycamore Park he was when he was stabbed?
I do not.
You know if Mr. Abou Najm had a beard or hair or anything else that may cause someone to mistake him for being an unhoused person?
I do not.
You know where on Kimberlee Guillory's body she was stabbed?
I don't remember.
Talked about reviewing interviews with Mr. Dominguez, the initial stop, the interview with Mr. Muscardini, or Officer Muscardini at the scene, and then back at the police station. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And during that, on direct, you talked about Mr. Dominguez providing a false name. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Remember how many times he provided the exact same false name?
Not exactly, but it was more than once.
And do you remember how many times when you gave that false date of birth, how many times you gave the same date of birth?
I do not.
And with regards to the false address, do you know how many times you gave the same false address?
No.
And in your reviews, did you review any of the body-worn cameras from any of the crime scenes?
From the crime scenes, no.
Are you familiar with the different types of bias that people who are conducting forensic evaluations have to be concerned for?
Yes, I'm familiar with bias and
Are you familiar with what's known as treatment bias?
treatment bias. As a forensic evaluator, no, because typically as a forensic evaluator, I'm not, you're not treating. If you're treating someone, you should not be working with them in a forensic or an expert capacity.
Right, but oftentimes in your work, you do provide treatment to people, correct?
I do, but again, I never do forensic work for anyone that I have a treatment relationship with or have had a treatment relationship with.
Understood. But it's fair to say that the majority of your work is treatment oriented.
At this point, I would say it's a third administrative, a third treatment, a third forensic.
Right. And you became a psychiatrist to help people, correct?
Yes.
And you want to help people, correct?
Generally, yes.
And are you familiar with this concept of treatment bias or clinician bias, where people who are evaluating someone have a bias that they need to be aware of because they have that helping nature or want to assist people?
So, okay, I think I know what you're referring to. I just haven't heard as treatment bias before. So, part of what we learned during that year-long fellowship is how this role as an expert is different than your role as a treater, and really developing that identity as a consultant. Now, as someone who in this case is hired by one side, in some cases I've been hired by the judge or the court, so I'm neutral, but in this case hired by one side, how that manifests is I am retained by the defense side, right? So if I have a finding that is not helpful to them or that is not helpful to their case, I will tell them, and you guys will never know about me because I won't write a report and I won't testify. So being helpful looks different, right, depending on what side hired me. My opinion does not look different depending on what side hired me.
And so if you write a report that's not helpful, that kind of ends your involvement in the case, correct?
I don't write reports that aren't helpful. So I don't bill people for time writing something that's not helpful. I tell them, me writing a report will not help you. Here is what could, and they say, thank you, Dr. Vincent, send us your bill.
So when you do that, your work ends and you don't get more time on the case.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term mere exposure bias?
Yes.
What is mere exposure bias?
Well, are you saying near or mere?
Mere, M-E-R-E.
Not M-E-R-E, no.
Okay. What's mere exposure bias?
So I thought you were referring to, and again, this is me trying to superimpose things are familiar to me with the terms you're using, but just that what people have seen more frequently or more recently is going to be first in mind for them.
So are you you familiar with the bias that if you interact with somebody that you're going to, just by working with them, interacting with them, meeting with them, having conversations with them, that you're going to naturally have a type of bias in their favor?
That assumes you like the person. But that could happen, yes.
And is this the same type of bias that, prior to court today, did I talk with you very briefly about a study?
You showed me a study.
And this was the Rosenhan study?
Yes.
And you're not familiar with that study?
I was not, no.
I don't have any additional questions, right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That was cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Vinson, the prosecutor showed you a paragraph on page 8 of your report where you quoted my opening statement in a prior proceeding.
Yes.
And you're familiar with what an opening statement is?
Yes.
And so in my opening statement, did I express what I expected the evidence will show?
Yes.
And the things that I said in that paragraph, were those things you saw in the police reports, the prior testimony, the body cameras, and everything you observed?
Yes. So the things in that paragraph, even without that paragraph, all of the other sources of information supported what was stated.
So when I said that his symptoms included significant weight loss, you saw that.
Objection. Hearsay.
He brought it up.
Overrule. Go ahead.
So when I said he suffered significant weight loss, you saw that in all the materials you reviewed, right?
That was commented on by people who knew him and also documented by people who did not know him, who would have no reason to misrepresent it.
When I mentioned he had decreased appetite, you saw that did you see that in the materials you reviewed?
I saw that and also watched him be interrogated for hours and drink and eat nothing.
When I said he experienced social withdrawal, did you see that in the materials you reviewed?
There were multiple people who knew him over time, his girlfriend, his roommates, his friends, his family, who all commented on social withdrawal.
And when I commented that he reported hearing a devil's voice speaking to him in his dreams, you saw that in the testimony of his girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And when I said he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
He reported it to me, and there were also people that were close to him who he had reported it to.
The motion's granted, and so I'll direct the witness not to include on that subject what was reported, but you can answer as to other matters.
I'm not focused on what he told you, but what you saw in the materials you reviewed, okay? And when I said since his arrest, he's had minimal verbal communication with others, speaking only with when prompted, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes.
When I said his communication was short with little insight about his situation, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes.
So when I said he had flat affect, minimal eye contact, rigid and unusual posture, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
And when I said he believed he was still a student at UC Davis after his arrest, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes.
And when I said his overall well-being had deteriorated significantly since his arrest, did you see that in the evidence?
In multiple medical records.
So were you relying on what I said, or were you just quoting something I said that you saw in all the evidence?
Just quoting something I said that was documented over and over again by different people in different settings over time.
Because you know that what I say, that's not evidence, correct?
Right.
And you understand what Mr. Vanderhook says, that's not evidence as well, correct?
Correct.
But ma'am, you said you've been involved in multiple cases as an expert beyond the 40 you testified in, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Most cases don't end up going to trial, and actually my last NGRI case, they used it to negotiate a plea. Even that one didn't go.
And you mentioned this case was unusual as a convergence, that all the experts agree. Have you had cases where experts disagree?
Yes.
Have you had experts where a prosecutor's office has hired their own expert who has a disagreement with the expert hired by the defense?
Absolutely.
Is that fairly common?
Yes.
So, are there psychiatrists out there who a prosecutor can hire and pay to review evidence and come into court and offer an opinion?
Objection exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Have you, in times you've been an expert, have you had many cases where the prosecution has hired their own expert to give an opinion?
Yes, and in some I've been hired by them.
You've been hired by the prosecution as well?
Yes.
But ma'am, as a psychiatrist, you have ethical obligations that affect, you have ethical obligations when you testify as an expert.
Objection, improper bolstering.
Yes.
No matter, even if I were to pay you $1,000 or $2,000 an hour, ethically, can you give an opinion you don't believe in?
I cannot.
Is that true for every psychiatrist?
That is the ethical standard.
So, is that true for every psychologist, that they cannot give an opinion that they don't believe in?
Objection, foundation, lacks personal knowledge.
What was, hold on just a second. Right, the question pertains to psychologists, so, sustain.
To your knowledge, do psychologists, experts, have similar ethical obligations?
Yes.
So, if the prosecutor could find anyone who would say the things he's asking about, is there anything that would prevent him from paying that expert to come into court and testify before this jury?
Not to my knowledge.
But it would have to be an expert who actually believed in the opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because otherwise, they could not ethically testify. Would that be correct?
That would be correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right, anything on that, Mr. Vanderhook?
Very briefly, no.
Okay.
No.
All right, thank you. All right, Dr. Vinson, I appreciate your patience with the court, and I appreciate your travel here, and I want to wish you well. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, do we need a conference?
I have another witness.
Oh, you do? I'm taking witnesses, okay.
Defense calls Alberto Osorio.
Okay, Alberto Osorio. Okay, Mr. Osorio, good afternoon. Come on in and stand at the podium here. I'm doing well, thank you. And I hope you're well. The clerk will administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand again.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give, and the cause now bring to the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Alberto, Alberto, Osorio, Osorio.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Mr. Osorio, welcome back. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm interested in what you personally observed and what you personally heard, not what others told you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If I'm interested in what others told you, I will specify.
Okay.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
And that's also when the prosecution asks you questions.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to direct your attention to the night of May 1st when Kimberlee was stabbed. And I want to focus on the moment you first became aware that something had happened to Kimberlee. How did you become aware? What did you hear that caused you to believe something had happened to Kimberlee?
Commotion.
Where were you when you heard this commotion?
Inside my tent.
And which direction was your tent facing, if you recall?
Towards her tent.
So what direction would that be, using north and south, if you remember?
towards north,
Would it be facing toward the railroad tracks or away from the railroad tracks?
towards the railroad tracks.
Okay. And who was in your tent with you?
John, I forgot his last name, but John.
John? And was John another unhoused individual?
No, it was just a guess.
Yes. Was your the zipper door to your tent, describe, was it open, was it closed?
Was open,
How open was it?
like a quarter of it.
At some point before you heard a commotion, did you hear a scream?
Yes.
What were you doing in your tent when you heard the scream?
Just lounging,
Excuse me?
like just sitting there.
Were you awake?
Yes,
Was John awake?
yes.
When you heard the scream, where did you think it came from?
Same direction.
And by the same direction, you mean toward Kimberlee's tent?
Yes.
Who else had tents near Kimberlee at that time, to your knowledge?
Christina and her husband and Gary.
Is Christina's husband named Isaac Chesson?
Isaac, yes, sir.
And Gary, are you referring to Larry Pilot?
Larry, there you go. It's good.
When you heard the scream, if you know, were you able to determine at the initial moment whether it was a male scream or a female scream?
Female.
So at that point, did you know whether it was Kimberlee or Christine?
No.
For sure. After the scream, you said you heard commotion. What commotion did you hear?
Everybody's screaming and yelling.
Let me just describe the commotion. So you hear the scream. What's the next thing you can hear while you're still in your tent? Is it voices? Is it rustling? What do you hear?
Voices.
Do you get out of your tent?
Yes.
Before you get out of your tent, had you heard anyone run past you, like the sound of feet going past you?
No.
And was your tent right near the sidewalk?
Yes.
So if you're facing south, my question is, did you hear anyone else? Let's assume you're facing south toward the railroad tracks. Did you hear anyone running north on the sidewalk next to you, like the sound of feet?
No, sir.
When you got out, who got out of the tent first? You? Or who got out of the tent first?
Me.
What did you do then?
Run towards south.
And where did you go?
Towards the tent where Isaac, Christine, and Gary were.
And when you first got there, what did you observe?
A rip on the tent, and Isaac and his wife talking to Kim. Then they got on the phone.
Okay, let me stop you there. Was Christine the Arrows already out of the tent by the time you got there?
Yes.
Did you, okay, you said you saw someone on the phone. Don't guess, but initially who did you see on the phone?
Christine.
At some point, did you see Kimberlee?
After the move from the side, I was with Kimberlee on the tent.
And what did you observe?
She complained about a wound on her head, that she got hit in the head, but she kind of stand up, and that's when I saw the wound on her back, and I kind of covered her wound, told her to lay back down, and she got on the phone and called 911 herself.
We're gonna get to that. On how much, give an estimate, from the moment you heard the scream until the moment you got to the tent, approximately how much time passed?
Minute, less than a minute.
How much, once you're at the tent, how much time passed until you saw, I know this is an estimate, until you saw that
It took me a minute there, maybe not even 2 minutes.
Did you direct her, Kimberlee, to call 911?
Yes,
Why did you direct her to call 911 if other people had cell phones?
because they were on the phone and she got on the phone herself.
Were other people having connection problems, if you recall?
Yes,
Who was having connection problems?
Christine.
So did you tell Kimberlee to call 911?
Yes,
What did you see Kimberlee do with her phone?
call 911.
Did you actually see her manipulate the phone and call 911?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vanderhoek, cross-examination?
Hello.
So, you're testifying here about being in your tent, hearing a commotion, and then that you didn't see anyone taking off.
Yes, sir.
And you remember being in court earlier testifying about when you did see people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when was it that you did see people, or a person?
Objection, outside scope.
Overruled. You can answer.
Well, we were camping together, so we were there together, heard the commotion, and the same people that were there is the ones that voices and what was going on.
Your testimony now is that you didn't see anyone that you thought to be involved in the stabbing, correct?
Yes,
And earlier you were testifying about seeing someone you did think was involved in the stabbing, right?
Objection, outside scope, earlier time.
It's confusing. I'll allow counsel to probe, so go ahead.
So,
Overruled.
for the stabbing and all that, somebody went by and I said called it out. So we were aware of what was going on and what the stabbing was going around in Davis. So that's why we were camping together. And when when somebody walked by, I said called it out. It was similar to the guy that was stabbing around Davis. So that's when John went by. I told him to stay in my tent with me, to be aware that I didn't want to be alone. And then a few minutes later, that's when the commotion came around.
so I want to understand the timing a little better. The person that you did see, how soon was that before the commotion where you didn't see anyone?
Objection, foundation, personal knowledge. He's referencing what Isaac told him.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about the foundation, so
I'll
clean it up. Thank you.
Okay. So you're talking about shortly before the commotion, you did personally see someone, correct?
Two person by the railroad tracks. When he said he saw somebody, we saw somebody walk by, and I chased somebody.
Okay. And so you personally saw someone walk by?
No.
Okay.
So let's do this. With that reference now, let's stay focused at the time of the scream. That's what direct was. I allowed some probing. The court's oriented now, I understand. So this witness was called about what he heard at the scream, so that's what we need to focus on. In his prior testimony, we have that.
When you heard the screams, you did not see the person with the curly hair and the Adidas pants?
No, sir.
When was that in relation to when the scream was?
Objection, outside scope.
I don't understand the question. Rephrase.
Okay. So at one time you saw nobody, and one time you saw a person with curly hair and Adidas pants. How much time was in between those two things?
Maybe 10 minutes.
I don't know.
Anything?
Yes.
When you're talking about the Adidas pants, this is yes or no. Did someone point that out to you, or did you see it?
Someone pointed that out.
Okay. did you, and this is yes or no, did you actually see the person with Adidas pants, or was that just what someone told you?
That's what we were told.
Okay. So you,
No, I didn't.
so you never saw the person with Adidas pants?
No.
Got it. And I've already asked you that you did not hear anyone running past your tent, correct? When you got out, did you see anyone run past you?
No, sir.
Did you look behind and see anybody run past you?
No, sir.
I have nothing further to say.
All right, thank you. Okay, briefly, I think I understand.
So, sir, your testimony right now is that you did not personally see someone with Adidas pants.
No, sir.
And were you interviewed by police officers at the time of the event when this happened?
Yes, sir.
And you remember telling the officers that you did see someone with Adidas pants?
Yes, sir.
And you described him as wearing that he was olive complected or light complected dude, brown curly hair.
Yes, sir.
So that's something you saw yourself.
No.
And so were you being truthful with the officer when you said that?
That was a statement that we gathered together when we were there.
Okay, so when you told the officer that you saw him wearing a blue sweatshirt and like black Adidas track pants, and you're saying that you saw that, that's not something you actually saw?
No, that's what they saw. So I was part of that, what we saw. But specific me, no.
When you told the officer specifically he had Adidas sweats on and I think a black sweater.
Objection has to answer.
Sustained.
Did you tell the officer multiple times about seeing this person with the pants and the sweater?
Objection has to answer.
Sustained.
Did you talk about seeing this person with a bike?
Objection asks and answered outside scope.
Sustained lacks foundation. I think we understand now.
Did you see a person with a bike?
No, sir.
Answered foundation.
Okay, sustained.
Okay, so when Mr. Hutchinson was asking questions, he was asking about whether or not you personally saw somebody at the prior time. Do you remember that?
Objection outside scope misstates my questions.
No, it was covered, and the witness said he never saw. He was told, and that's the state, and then he explained what he told the police. So I think we covered it. But if you have something more briefly on this, what he was called here for, which is the scream and how he responded and what he saw, then you can finish up on that.
So in regards to what Mr. Hutchinson was talking about you not personally seeing this person and that you're hearing it from other people, this information about a bike, is that something you saw personally or is that something that you heard from other people?
Saw somebody with a bike behind the PG&E building.
You personally saw them?
Yes. When I chased the wrong person, somebody was on the right side behind the building on a bike
When was that?
before the stabbing.
How long before the stabbing?
Like I said, between maybe 10 minutes before the stabbing.
And what did that person look like?
Dark clothing.
Do they have Adidas pants on?
Couldn't recall it.
Okay. And if you told the officer, if you gave the officer a statement about what you saw earlier, were your prior statements to the officers truthful?
Yes, sir.
Right, what about
Mr. Hutchinson.
Mr. Osorio, did the officer at the time ask you to only tell him what you specifically saw, not what people told you? Did he clarify that for you? You don't remember that fine.
No.
I want this person on the bike that you saw behind the PG&E building. Was that, do you
you recall another incident about 2.5 hours earlier where Isaac had chased someone.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're referring to, or did you see a different person with a bike behind the PG&E building about 10 minutes before the stabbing?
No, what you said before that with Isaac.
Because you're referring to the one hours earlier.
Before, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Okay, all right, I think we're done. Mr. Osorio, thank you, I appreciate it. Have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson.
Your Honor, I apologize, didn't think we would run out, and so I don't have a witness available until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I apologize.
Okay, I want to conference, before I let the jury go, I want to meet with the attorneys in the hallway. Okay, thanks. Off the record. Okay, great. Thank you, counsel. We're back on the record. Thank you. And I was just conferring about witnesses and schedules and so forth. And I do expect to hand this case to you next week. Okay? And so we're getting towards the end. We still have more witnesses. But we are getting towards the end of phase one. And at the beginning of the trial, I gave an instruction. I know it probably came fast and you didn't have context regarding phase one and phase two of this trial. I'm not going to go into that right now, but when I read legal instructions, I'll give you all the law that you need to know at that time. And legal instructions are done right before closing arguments, so after the close of evidence. The important thing for you to know is just to keep doing your work and listening to the evidence, keeping an open mind. And so tomorrow we have a full day of testimony and witnesses. And then I expect that Monday and Tuesday we'll have testimony as well. And then Wednesday is a half day. And then at some point we'll do legal instructions, closing arguments, and then hand the case to you. So that's really kind of the schedule that we're looking at right now. I want to go into. So anyway, we're working again tomorrow. That's where we're at. And I am thankful for your diligence in paying attention and working so hard to understand this evidence and keeping an open mind at all times. So with that, I'll see everyone tomorrow at 9:30. And remember the three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't research, don't form any opinions until you're deliberating with your fellow jurors. Okay, thank you, folks. 9:30 tomorrow. Off the record. There have been a few submissions that are before the court, and one is, and we mentioned it briefly in the hallway, what will shorthand a Perkins interview at the jail. And then a second is the rebuttal case. I think I received a memorandum from the people regarding that, and I think that's it. Those are the two matters. Is that right, Mr. DeMora?
Correct.
Okay, and then Mr. Hutchinson, do you have any submissions that I need to make sure to keep track of?
No, Your Honor. I'm familiar with the Perkins issue. I have not read the rebuttal brief. I assume it was served, but I've obviously been here.
Well, before I get into it, I want to get your response to both of these matters. I'm not trying to create work for you, but I do need the defense to review the rebuttal and the Perkins. So this is an interview, excuse me, I don't know if it's an interview, it's a conversation between an undercover officer in the jail with the defendant. And there was some discussion, discussion's wrong word, there was some reference to it in the motions in limine about using a redacted version. Can you remind me, Mr. Hutchinson, did the defense bring this in writing to the court's attention?
Yes, Your Honor. So it was this interview where he's in a holding cell and they put an undercover officer in there with him, and the undercover officer spends a considerable amount of time trying to get Mr. Reales Dominguez to speak. There was an audio recording and there was a video recording. And what I was provided shows the officer's face. I brought a motion. The people then, right before trial, gave me a different version where they put a square over the officer's face. I objected to that because you could not see what he was saying. You could not see his efforts to try to get Mr. Reales Dominguez